Hello and welcome to a Xenoblade Chronicles 3 retrospective and review. My name is Eric, you may know me as Ariopolis, and I'm joined today by two very amazing people who I'll let introduce themselves.
Oh yes, I'm RayRei, or Ray. I'm just some British dude who plays gachas and JRPGs.
I'm Lightningrani, also you call me Ronnie. I'm just some random gal who plays JRPGs, gachas, and reads a bunch of books. I am a very big nerd. So.
Oh my god, we're all just random people who play gacha and JRPGs. And now you're about to listen to several hours of our opinion on this one. Before we get too far into this, let's kind of get a baseline for where our opinions kind of lie. We'll start with Ronnie. What are your top 3 JRPGs?
This is hard because I have a memory of a goldfish with games I completed. I'm going to probably say, probably go with Xenoblade Chronicles 1. And then probably Persona 5 Royal, because one day I'll play Persona 3, and I that's my Persona slot. I really think Persona 3 is better than Persona 5 Royal, just thematically. And I just never played it, so it's complicated. And then I'll put Xenoblade Chronicles 3, because I just finished it 9 or 10 hours ago, so it's fresh in my mind.
Xenoblade heavy.
Xenoblade is one of my favorite series. Personally, I really enjoy it. And I play other RPGs. Like I did play Tales of the Abyss, and that was pretty solid. But I think those are the kind of things I end up kind of going back to is Xenoblade and Persona. So
understandable. RayRei?
Yeah, I had a bit of a struggle for this one because my first two are more or less locked, but I had a bit of a Royal Rumble for the first slot. Third slot rather. I've been told I'm not allowed to just say, oh yeah, Legend of Heroes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is my top 3. So I'll stick with Legend of Heroes as the top one. That's not going to change. Similarly, Fire Emblem is technically a JRPG, so that takes my second slot as a series of games there.
That's fair.
The third slot was my harder one to choose. I bounced around Xenoblade in my head, and Tales of Arise popped up, and Valkyrie Chronicles. And I thought of Dragon's Dogma, which... have you guys heard of Dragon's Dogma?
I have heard of Dragon's Dogma.
It's kind of like an ARPG.
Yeah.
And it's made by Capcom, so I'm not sure if that makes it count as a JRPG, but if it is, that would be third.
It's like a fighting game JRPG.
Yeah.
It's like if Street Fighter was a JRPG. Actually, isn't Street Fighter 6 have an RPG mode in it? Or Street Fighter 8 or whatever one they're on now? I
haven't played since 5, so I have no idea.
Yeah, the new one, I don't know, I saw something about it. But which Legend of Heroes? Which Legend of Heroes specifically, if you had to put one at the very top?
Probably Cold Steel 2.
Dang.
I have a lot to say about the Legend of Heroes series, and I could be here hours if I was allowed to talk about it, but I feel like Cold Steel 2 is my favourite all-rounded game.
Look, we'll bring you back for the Cold Steel retrospectives. How's that sound?
Oh yeah.
Then we'll talk about it for hours. I would probably say for myself, I'm gonna say probably Xenoblade 3 was really good. This is not in a specific order. I'd probably put Xenoblade 3, Skies of Arcadia, and Chrono Cross.
Sure.
I have never played or seen Chrono Cross. I think it was a bit before my time, really.
They did a remake recently on the Switch, or a remaster. Not remake, right? It was remaster is the correct term here. But,
yes, and it comes with the visual novel that it's based off of.
That's quite cool. Maybe I'll look into that.
That is probably the third most played game I have ever played in my entire life.
Wow.
I learned, look, when you learn what the maximum on the in-game timer is, that's how you know you've played a game too much.
I don't think I've ever seen the in-game timer max on any games I've ever played.
It's 900, it was 987, it just stopped counting.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
I New Game Plus'd that way too much. But anyway, yeah, so that's Oh, dude, that's kind of interesting. So Ronnie, like Xenoblade 1 and 3 are both in like your top 3.
Yeah, I mean, now that I remember that Fire Emblem counts as a JRPG,
Fire Emblem does.
I might kick off. I really did like Three Houses a lot. I specifically played the Golden Deer route just for. I had never got around to finishing the other 2 routes, but there's 4 routes, but it's complicated anyway. So remembering that Three Houses existed, I could feel comfortable maybe kicking off like Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I guess
you would kick off 3.
I like 1 a lot. 1's a special place in my heart. So
I do like 1 a lot. It's a good game.
I bought 1.
It's a good game.
2 times. I specifically bought a new 3DX XL to play 1 because it was only available on a new 3DX XL, and then I bought the remake, the definitive edition when it came out. And I don't like rebuying.
Yeah,
you didn't buy Skyrim 12 times.
Yeah, God, just buy Skyrim for like your smart fridge or whatever.
I'm so thankful I do not have a smart fridge to buy Skyrim.
Oh, so it's such a good plan.
But yeah, I would say that like Fire Emblem, Persona, and Xenoblade are like the 3 RPGs that are pretty close to my heart. Pokemon used to be up there, but it's fallen down. Poor Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. I have never played a Fire Emblem to completion.
Wow.
I have like 2 hours or maybe 3 hours in Awakening, and that's like it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like a lot of
huge Nintendo simp. You would have like been more exposed to them over the years.
You'd think so, but like I don't know. I'm very like culturally aware of Fire Emblem, but I've just never actually sat down and played it. I own 3 houses. With the expansion pass, I bought the stupid thing like on launch. Just never played it.
Maybe in the lead up to the next game, you can have a go.
That sounds like a great idea. But we're here not to talk about Fire Emblem, but Xenoblade, and let's start with one of Ronnie's favorites, Xenoblade 1. We'll briefly we are
okay.
Yeah, we are here to talk about Xenoblade 3, but let's start with Xenoblade 1 and 2. I'm not going to do a full video on them, so consider this the retrospective for these 2 games. I liked Xenoblade 1 for like 70% of Xenoblade 1. And none of that was like the first chapter and then everything after like the combat's finally fully activated.
Like 25 hours in, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
the first chapter in Xenoblade 1 is incredible. Like the intro to the game, town where all the events kick off. It's like it had the stones to go and I guess we've got spoilers because we're going to talk about all games to like kill off.
Spoilers for all 3 Xenoblades, especially once we start talking about 3.
Yeah, you've been warned. There's going to be loads of spoilers, but to have the stones to big air quotation marks, because obviously find out later that they didn't die, to kill off one of your main characters so early into the story was really, really cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like even though even though Fiona didn't like actually like die, like she was brought back as a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With like that broken mechanical body, and like as soon as we get her back, it's like, oh my god, like she's basically dying. We have to go fix her so she can be functional again.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It wasn't just like the old, they just somehow they survived. They kind of just really delved deep into it with, she's obviously back now, but she's not the same person. And there's a story that like develops from that rather than just, oh look, she's back. Let's carry on with where we left off.
Yeah, it was very plot relevant, and like Metal Face being a constant threat, Mumkar being a constant threat through the entire game was something I really, really liked, especially like because where it basically introduced to him from that scene where he kills Fiona and.
Well, I mean, we get introduced to him in the cutscene, the flashback, right? And
right.
He's already like a kind of not a stand-up character, right? These are these 3 guys. fighting for their lives. This guy just wants to save his own skin. And it's really interesting because it paints him as the obvious villain. And then as we go back later on, we realize the only good person in the three pair was Dunban, because Dixon was working for the bad guy all along, but he didn't need to do any betrayal then, because his plan was a much more long-term scale. So it's like it's kind of interesting when you think about it, because like both the first antagonist and then the last antagonist are both in that cutscene, and the way that they're both characterized, you know, are very much in line with like how they play out too. So
definitely like the antagonists are so well handled in Xenoblade.
Exactly. Yes.
Like,
I actually think they are much better in 1 than they were in following games, which is why I feel like the overall story for myself, I enjoyed in 1 more than the following ones.
Yeah, what I like about 1 a lot is that I feel like there's I feel like the plot of the story is very, it has a very strong focus, and there's very good themes that go with that very simple focus. Like, first it's going to go take revenge of Fiora, but as they learn more, they change their plot, and then it's like the typical fight God, but it's very different in how it's executed in the end too, right?
Yeah, each like development just like fits quite nicely into like a new stage of the game, into a new like tonal game of gameplay.
Yeah. So I just like the way the story is built, and like when I was finishing up Xenoblade Chronicles 3 9 or 10 hours ago, the ending didn't have that same hit for me. So that's why I really like Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Like I accept that people, you know, like the gameplay better in other games, and I know I probably have a lot of nostalgia bias for just the way I was introduced to it and how I fell in love with the game. But I think just the story wise and the characters all are decently very well developed usually. We have some very fun villains. We got our like the development of like some of the side character villains are very good too. I'm just thinking of Vana. Vana was fun. And like there's so many good things about this game that, like, you know, like there was some very good like environmental stuff that they did. Like, you know, Valak Mountain at night is beautiful. The music is amazing. There's some of the songs that like I just recognize them right away, just because like that's how much they left an impression on me when I was playing the game. And it was great as a standalone game. Like, it didn't need a sequel, and the way that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3 worked, like they're not really sequels per se. So it worked. Like the whole plot of there made sense. Future Connected is different, but I think now that I finished 3, I kind of get what they're going for. But for the main base game that was been out for years, I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I still haven't finished Future Connected. I really feel like I need to do that at some point. Yeah,
I would say it does. It's not like thinking back to what I did. I did finish Future Connected before I finished 3, and like trying to figure out like how they're connected. I think I get it. It's not like a major strong connection, but I think like timeline wise, it's like the indication of like the main twist that we learn about in 3. Yeah. Like it's like that's about to happen. It's also fun though. As a heads up, in 3, the Kavesi Queen has a weapon. Why am I trying to spoil it? Protect. Melia has basically her weapon is World Ender, which is her base weapon in Future Connected.
I did notice that because I did start Future Connected because it's, you know, it's only like 10 hours, but I've only done like half of it because I guess I got bored at some point.
Yeah. The gameplay doesn't lend to wanting to do extra game after the game's finished.
Yeah, especially because I just beat, like, I started it right after beating the main game, and then I'm like, okay, I need something else.
Yeah, it's a long game, so it definitely can weigh you down.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same reason I haven't done Torna yet, because I was like, all right, I just had a lot of Xenoblade 2. I need to wait. And I think if I was doing it, like, closer to launch, like, Xenoblade 3... obviously, we're going to get DLC for that at some point, and a big, like, chunky story DLC.
DLC should be coming out in a year, is what they're saying. We're getting the hero character, like, mid-October, right?
Yeah, like the 14th. 13th, 14th, yeah, that sounds accurate. I don't know. Someone can... Editor Eric, please put the date for that behind us. Thank you. Editor Eric's going to hate this video. But yeah, like, Xenoblade 1 had I loved the plot. I loved the concepts. The music, the music was like, it has some of the best area music, I think. It has the strongest overall OST of the trilogy. Like, there's more high quality tracks where, like, Xenoblade 2 has a few area themes where like More Ardain obviously is like the one area theme I know. But like, there is no I think I could probably point out every area theme in Xenoblade 1 if I were to listen to it.
Wow.
It was good.
Yeah, I'm the kind who doesn't remember music very well, so you won't get much commentary on that from me unless I'm literally remembering it.
I think I agree with you. Like, I can do Gara Plains, right? I could do Satoral Marsh. I can do Magna Forest, Arid Sea, Alchema. It's pretty distinct. I could probably only do Valak Mountain nighttime because I don't care about Valak Mountain morning.
It's because nighttime is significantly better.
Exactly. Fallen Arm, maybe one or two bonus things. I don't know if I could do Prison Island. That's probably one thing which I'm not sure about.
That's fair. I probably would not be able to tell you exactly which Mechonis area theme goes to which part of Mechonis, but definitely.
I agree. I'm not sure if I would be able to do that either. But,
well, it's also because a lot of the internal Mechonis areas are very similar, even, and there's like 4 different themes for it. But yeah, I think like the music was very good, and especially during the cutscenes. And I never played like the 3DS or the Wii version, but I think the definitive edition it's so good. Sorry.
No.
I do vaguely remember switching over to the OG OST halfway through the game.
Yes, I switched over to it at one point, and then I switched the area themes back, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But not the combat themes, because the combat themes I kept with the original, because, my god, the original version of You Shall Know Our Names is just slaps. It's just good.
Yeah,
good music.
I do think the Definitive Edition is the best way to play the game now. There's just a lot of quality of life updates that they did in it, and graphics. Like, I don't mind the small animeification. I don't know how to pronounce the word.
Animeification.
Yeah, the word I attempted to make did not have a good.
The weebification.
Weebification. Yeah, let's go with that.
The minor weebification is fine, honestly. It's still pretty close to the original art style in like its essence, I would say. And I think overall it's a better way to play the game than trying to either find a Wii or buy a new 3DS XL.
Yeah. I would argue that it's probably closer to what they were envisioning as well. They just couldn't get the Wii to physically do that, because the Wii can basically run like a calculator game, and that's it. The fact that they got Xenoblade Chronicles to function on that and a Nintendo 3DS is just mind-boggling to me.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to, before we move over to talking about Xenoblade 2, I want to talk about, like, they did a really good job with mixing the mechanics with, like, the mechanics of gameplay with the story, with, like, the Monado, like, flash forwards and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, that was very good.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I think it was fine, because if it was only locked to Shulk, I think, because you could still get those when you were in Shulk, or Shulk wasn't in the party. If it was only locked to Shulk being in the party, I think that would have been a reasonable like point. Like, that definitely makes the character too OP. But it's just that, you know, if after that gets unlocked, you get it, and I think that's pretty reasonable.
The game does very much push you to playing Shulk as the main character, though, and the experience of not playing Shulk as the main character is significantly worse, which I'm not a huge fan.
I agree with that. That comes from someone who basically played the entire back half like of the game as Seven.
Yeah, I did as well. I played Melio basically while I got her, but her playstyle doesn't really work for the main game. It only really works post game, and then I played 7 when I got it, and I actually enjoyed the game when I got 7, but what all Xenoblade games do, and it just get the scaling goes through the roof, and you start one-shotting everything in chain attack, so there's problems with that too.
Oh yeah, well I mean, the big issue is the game definitely wants you to have Shulk in the party because he is basically the only thing that can deal with what the heck are those enemies? The Alephias?
The Mechon.
The
Alephias, yeah.
You're talking about the Orasil.
Orasil, there we go.
For the Telethia. And then early game, he was like the best way to handle Mechon, though they do eventually drop anti-Mechon weapons for the whole party.
Yeah.
I had a problem with that though, because like you get an anti-Mechon weapon and they're like standard rarity, and then they give you all these other cool weapons that you simply cannot use unless you use Shulk in your party, is giving you the buff because you can't hit people with them. So what's the point in that?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that's fair. I think those are reasonable things. It could just be that I play the game too much, but I never really struggled using not Shulk a lot. Like I think my main parties were oftentimes just like Melia, probably 7 for aggro. I would kind of build her as like a DPS aggro tank, and then like for healing. And and then I would probably sub in Shulk if I ran into an enemy I had an issue with. But oftentimes, it would depend on the boss, I guess. So I was
the games often aren't difficult; they just become less fun when you use other methods.
I'm also just a 3-head, so like I just kept Shulk in the party because I'm like, all right, there's probably a way to get around this, but I'm not going to take the time to figure it out, and I'm just going to use Shulk. This is a multi-purpose solution to all my problems. And honestly, like this is clearly it's a nitpick. Like I loved Xenoblade 1. Like I'm gonna I preface like almost all of these videos with like I love these games. It's why I want to talk about them at length. And if I'm complaining about a part, it's purely from a place of like, I love this game. This is like the one minor gripe I might have had. I did want to point out specifically like the story and mechanics mesh, because I think the coolest part of the entire game is when you're fighting Enel in his Yagovdabov or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, no, that's very cool. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And then you get like a flash forward and it just does the normal like, oh, Shulk has a vision, and then but it pulls all the way out, and then it's the freaking Bionis about to attack with the big sword, and the like attack is like called like Monado Infinity or something, and a 2-minute timer pops on the screen.
Yeah, that's a great way to include it, and
it's really cool.
In the final fight with Zanza, like you only get your. This could be argued as being, I guess, increased difficulty, but like the idea of like struggling to find out what your fate is against a god, like your quick time, the visions are locked behind a quick time event, right? Not as cool as the whole vision of seeing the whole Bionis the whole Mechonis being destroyed and having 2 minutes to fight at it. But it's another way that they tried to include it, I guess.
I thought that was a really good thing too. It didn't stick with me like the absolute panic that I felt. When I saw that pull all the way out, I was like, oh my god.
I have very few memories of the final boss because it was like a 3-phase thing, and I just one-shot each phase with 3 separate chain attacks, so I didn't get to see any of the animations.
I'm always the kind of person who holds a chain attack until like the literal last second.
I think I was quite exhausted with the game at that point. I was just like, I'm getting through it now.
Like in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, that was definitely the strategy. I'm not sure if that was a strategy. I think Xenoblade Chronicles 1, I just spammed chain attack as soon as it opened.
Yeah, so.
It's fair. I don't remember honestly how I did that.
That's fair.
All right. Anything else we want to talk about Xenoblade 1 before we move on to Xenoblade 2?
Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, do you want to touch on the Zanza reveal, like the kind of thematic with like Albus and all that stuff, like what they revealed about the world before going on to Xenoblade Chronicles 2?
Yeah. Actually, yes. The thing with because like Zanza, I'm trying to remember if this was revealed in 1, because like Zanza basically gets revealed to be just some guy
No, there's a cutscene at the end of 1 where, which Elvis shows, because at the end of 1, basically what happens is Elvis is like, yo, I'm an AI. That's what Elvis stands for. And it's this is what happened to create the world. Basically, these guys were doing this experiment on Earth, and this guy activated a thing because he believed it would work, and it didn't work, and it destroyed the world. And you see Mayneth in the background, or who looks like Mayneth, right? And then you see the person with Zanza's face. I don't remember what he was called in 1. I think it was Chris, but I might be wrong.
That's familiar.
I have no idea.
And there might be, and then so basically it happens. It presses, and that's how the world was created. Haha! And Shulk's like, what? Basically, but so that's basically kind of the premise for how the world is created, and I just want to bring it up because we see that at least in 2, and it's super, it's kind of relevant to 3 as well.
We'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that at some point.
When it comes to overarching stories, I'm going to have to leave it to you guys, because I'm very free-head when it comes to that.
That's fine. Yeah, I feel like Ronnie is going to be the expert here as well.
Yeah.
No pressure.
I'll also bring up before just for the overarching story theme universe ideas for Xenoblade series. Albus's for definitive edition, they changed what Albus was wearing on his necklace. In the original version, he was wearing a key, and the definitive edition, they changed it to a cross-like shape that is very similar to what Pyra and Mithra wear in Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought it was implied in Xenoblade 2 that he was the third Aegis.
Yeah, that's basically them confirming that, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. Because, because it was basically, the same as, Pyra and Mithra's and Malice's core crystal.
Yep.
But, a different color. I don't remember what color it was.
I want to say it was red, but I might be wrong.
It's probably close enough. It's fine. We're not. Googling is for people who aren't in the middle of doing something. All right. That was a good thing.
Before we leave Xenoblade 1, I just wanted to mention about Shulk. I think actually one of the things I'm going to have is going to be a common reoccurrence for the series. I think he's very generic JRPG protag, which kind of ground my gears a bit. I don't think Xenoblade does their main protags particularly well. I think they're all very plain and what you'd expect from a JRPG. When you compare them to someone like Estelle, obviously that's always going to be an unfair comparison. She's just the best character ever, but
it's true.
Even Alphen from Tales or some of the Fire Emblem protags who are just much more interesting characters. I think all the Xenoblade protags are very cookie cutter, which I'm not a huge fan of.
I think though, the Xenoblade, the actual protag might be a little boring, but the surrounding cast of the main party is always super solid. I think Xenoblade 1 probably has my favorite main party.
I think all the side characters for the main party in all of the games are excellent. Yeah. I think that specifically the protag isn't particularly good.
Can't have a rainbow without rain, baby.
Also, shout out to my boy Egil. I think Egil in Xenoblade 1 was the best antagonist in the series of Xenoblade. I don't think he was good in 2 and 3.
He was great. Egil was such a cool guy. He had a goal, he had a plan, and he had a point, which I think is key as well. Yeah. He basically succeeded in what he was trying to do. I mean, but that's, beyond the point. All right, any other Xenoblade 1 stuff before we move on?
Not from me.
Sweet. I think we're good.
All right, Xenoblade 2. Do we want to address the elephant in the room with Xenoblade 2 before we get too deep into the reads on it?
I will only say is that there's multiple reasons why I don't particularly why Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was not anywhere close to my top 3, but I have a visceral reaction to seeing boobs made of water. And I can't get through the fact that some of the blades in this game literally have boobs made of water, and it borders on body horror for me.
Oh yeah, there are some designs.
No, not the designs. It's just the fact that
the physics.
The boobs had no mask, and would literally jiggle the shit out. And I'm just like that. But the mask, boobs are they made of water? And that's why I call them boobs made of water.
Water has mass.
Not enough.
Not enough.
It's true. It's not enough mass. No, I agree with you. The physics on that game were often, oh boy. It wasn't as bad in cutscenes, but like on the field, sometimes it got crazy.
The cutscene blades did not have the water boob gel, the boobs made of water physics. Like they might have had some jiggle, but it wasn't boobs made of water physics. It was some of the other blades that did. So there were that.
That's true. That's
like
fair.
The main story blades are decently fine, and if they had jiggle physics, it was like I accept this for an anime game.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a terrifying physics. I'm ever haunted by that.
They will not haunt us. Oh, all right, that's fair. No, that's a super fair one. Yeah. So like, I think okay. This is my like my 1 minute spiel on this. Like, I think, yeah, there were a lot of like very fan servicey designs. Yeah, the jiggle physics were a little crazy, but I think almost all, like, I don't think the game looks down on any of these characters.
No, I agree with that.
Like all of the characters, like even if they are like being sexualized in any sort of way, like, or they're being fan servicey, all of them are extremely like strong characters, and I think that's an important point to kind of like just sit on. Like, I don't want to get in deep, like, again, I don't want to like dwell on this as a concept. I just wanted to be like, all right, yes, we're aware of this. That's what I think. And then we can move on
and
talk about how absolutely wonderful Pyra is as a person. Because she is. She's the best character.
Are you the one who chose to remain them calling as Pyra as a choice later through the game?
Yes.
I'm in the Mithra camp, so there we go.
I didn't get the point of that choice. I was not the target audience for this choice. I was like, just call her what she just tell me what name you want. I'll call you by your chosen name. Please don't make me. This is a weird decision.
I mean, that's why I chose Mithra, because it felt more canon to me.
That's fair. I don't know. Actually, yeah, that is a weird that was kind of a weird thing. Now that it's pointed out to me, it's like, yeah, why are we making this decision? Did we ever get like in game what the name of their like combined form was? Because it's like Numa. Did we ever get that in game other than the literal Greek on her chest?
I don't remember if they say it in game. It's been a while since I played it.
I don't know.
I don't believe they do. I believe like that form just gets called whatever you pick during that.
Yeah, it does.
Choice. All right.
How do you feel about the story then? Do you want to start there?
Yeah, we can start there. I think that the overall story for 2 is a lot less focused. It felt a little less focused on like being, this is a, you know, like Xenoblade 1 has a lot of like, holy hell, what just happened moments, where Xenoblade 2 feels a lot more like kind of relaxed, like until the very end.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just throws like, hey, you remember all the crap from Xenoblade 1? Guess what? We're going to do that again.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a bit weird because the blade system really heavily morphed how the game was going to play out in terms of story for characters, because they've obviously widened the cast quite drastically and they've each got their own individual stories, which mean there's oftentimes lesser focus on the individual party members that you got.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like they definitely gave Nia and Poppy got a lot of focus from the main party, and like obviously like Pyra, Mithra.
I think Tora and Morag fell through the cracks a little. Don't think they got a great deal.
Tora's like whole arc kind of ended like mid-story, and then Poppy's didn't, so Poppy just got a longer character arc than Tora.
Yeah.
Because his character arc basically ends when we find, you know, his father, and then Poppy's extends through the whole game.
Yeah.
And she probably has like one of the strongest character moments in the game, like right at the end.
Definitely.
I'm not even like memeing when I say Poppy's my favourite character. I think she's the best character in the game by far. Just her whole whether she's human, whether she's robot, like what it means to be friendship with the party, her like growth through different stages. I just think she has the most interesting and complex story of all of them, especially compared to like Rex, who's the most cookie cutter bland personality ever.
I didn't really vibe, like, looking back at Xenoblade Chronicles 2 story, I just, it like, the main story felt a bit more scattered. I didn't like, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but basically,
it's fine.
Things which I didn't really like about it. Rex didn't, like, I know we were talking about how Shulk felt kind of generic, but Rex felt even more generic than Shulk, and it didn't help that I play with the English VA, so, and it didn't help that the Rex English VA cannot yell.
No, he really cannot.
For that.
He's physically incapable of yelling.
That poor man. But
I'm sure that he's a wonderful guy and a good VA, and he's good in everything else that he's ever done. But I just feel like whoever the voice director was like, man, can you like tone it down? Like these walls are kind of thin. Like that's what it sounds like. Like he's not trying to yell through the walls.
It just felt like So, like, I know, but I think part of this is just the story direction. I think the director was specifically trying to focus it more on, like make it more like a boy meets girl story. And I think it didn't work because there was these huge thematic themes that were happening on with, like, you know, the Titans, the way life works, and things like that. And Rex, all the thing that Rex really cared about was, like, making sure that Pyra made it to Elysium, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like he was, like, really grasping. Like, sometimes he was. Like, I think, like, there was a good character moment with, like, not maybe character moment, but, like, plot moment where Rex is staring at Malos and he sees Amalthus or either way. Like, that's, like, where he makes that connection of, like, how they're being influenced. And, like, he can be insightful at times, but it didn't help that there was a lot of, like, really random anime stuff. And by anime stuff, I mean, like, Pyra randomly going to sleep with Rex and sleepwalks to Rex and then throws stuff when he does it. Like, that wasn't, like, that's not necessary.
I think Xenoblade 2 is not... I think it's just not taking itself as seriously as Xenoblade 1 and 3 was. It's... It wants to do more of a slice of life thing, but also be... I feel like 90% of Xenoblade 2 is just figuring out, the writer trying to figure out, like, they have a bunch of really cool scenes that they want to do, and they just have to figure out how to get from cool scene A to cool scene B to cool scene B or C.
Yeah, I like that. That's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, and they didn't really like, and they were perfectly fine doing more like slice of lifey kind of stuff, and I feel like that does have a lot to do with the fact that they had a huge extended cast, and like 90% of it was gachas. You didn't know who.
We'll talk about the plays in a bit. I have a lot to say about that.
Oh my god! Can we talk about?
I think at its core, it was supposed. We'll do it in a minute. I think it was supposed to be a coming of age story, and I feel like it hit the right notes for coming of age for Poppy when she, like, towards the end. I think Neo got her good coming of age moment when she accepted that she was a blade. I think Rex he's just a kid, and I don't think he ever really goes beyond that. I think he stays a kid the whole time, and his coming of age moment, like, kind of fell flat to me. He just never became a character that I was interested in.
His coming of age moment happened in Xenoblade 3, and I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
We'll get to that. Oh my god. Xenoblade 3 is gonna be oh my god. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I feel like the biggest problem with a lot of the story, especially like the Blade stories, was because they were gacha, the game had no idea who was going to be there, so everything felt very compartmentalized.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like the gacha system. Go on, Nani.
No, you can go on. I'm interrupting you.
I was going to say, I think the gacha system in many ways is might be the biggest thorn in the side of this game. You get certain characters throughout the game. It's got a huge impact on the gameplay, whether you've got the right elements, whether you've got the right weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The game doesn't work if you don't have them. You don't even get your second and third blades until God knows how long into the game, and it's absolutely miserable trying to actually perform the combat system before that point.
Yeah.
And then you'll get like a side character who'll have story that's based at the start of the game, but you won't get them until the end, or you'll get someone that is at the end who's got stuff on the start of the game. So just nothing fits together properly because of this whole RNG system that I can't believe they decided to implement in a full price JRPG.
Yeah, like, yeah.
So I will say that there are, like, I mean, I agree that I think the gacha, the combat system for me was overwhelming because there were so many choices, even with the fact that it was a gacha. Like, you just eventually get a lot of blades that you just don't know what to use, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they could control what characters that they want in the story was by giving story lock blades. I'm calling them story lock blades because I'm inherently a gacha player and story van exists. But like we got blades, some rare berries throughout the story. Like we get Wolf Brick really early on, right?
Yeah.
And like so, and like it opens. Like there's no I guess there's no guarantee you're gonna bond with him. So I guess they could force a bond, but then there's that, right? But you're guaranteed to get that crystal after a certain amount of time. You're guaranteed to get like Aegeon after a certain amount of time, or Rock, or I don't think there's anyone else off the top of my head I can remember. But like
Bridget, the Morag's blade, or whatever, when you get her, I guess.
You get like Pandoria and Bridget directly, and like I mean those are part of the main, those are part of like the main cast, and so that they kind of get those developments when those characters get in. And then if they wanted like to have a more focused thing, they could focus on those guaranteed blades, and they kind of did it with Rock, but not really, because the Merc Mission stuff, has banger menu music, by the way, wasn't really super. They didn't really develop Rock a lot with that, which is kind of sad.
No.
That is a little sad. Like I feel like and the Merc missions.
The Merc missions were like.
Pop up every 10 minutes saying that your Merc missions are done and you have to redo them again.
Yeah, they weren't a horrible system in the sense that they help you grind out stuff for blades, right? And you didn't have to actively work on them unless it was like some specific requirements, right? So that's a good way to work on blades in the background. It was just a lot of menu management, which wasn't super great. Though the music was fun.
The music was very
solved the problem that they created themselves, though. They didn't have to make it a way to grind out of things. They just realised that they had 50-odd blades and you needed a way to unlock all of them, but you equip so many in your party. And then you need to keep changing them every 2 minutes to do field effects or whatever. It's just a nightmare.
I think it's a good point. Like, if there wasn't inherently a gacha system where you had such a large cast and options, like, we wouldn't need to grind it out. I feel like limited it down to, like, I don't know. Like, even if it was, like, I'm just thinking 7 because 10 feels too much. Like 7 blades per character. Like that would be. The Merc missions would feel super unreasonable, right? And it would be even worse. So
I don't know. I would love for, and there are quite a few like blades that you get not through. You get through side quests like Theory and Praxis.
Praxis. That's a good example. There's a Shiva in the shop for an absurd amount of money. There's Cassandra and the Cassandra's like Shiva, like it kind of like sometimes like Theory and Praxis, like their quests are inherently intertwined, and like it makes sense of how you get it. Bess being from that storyline is like makes her like that's like one of the most depressing quests in the whole game. And it makes her like. I don't know. It just works. It's a good blade quest.
But that's how all the blades should have been in the game. They should have all been obtainable through side quests that add to the story, and you get them as you go through it. That's just how it should have been. Why they felt the need to look behind. Like I got a character called Adenine right at the start of the game, and for Alta, she was basically my favorite blade. She had a really cool story. She had a really cool concept, and the fact that there's going to be a certain percentage of the player base who have never experienced it because she's locked behind Gacha, I think is just ridiculous.
Yeah, like I get like when I don't think I got into Adenine during like until like either until the very end of the game or like not at all. And when I saw her like for context, I like watching Chugga Conroy's playthroughs of Xenoblade Chronicles. When I saw her in Chugga Conroy's playthrough, I was like, what the heck? She is like my favorite blade design. I wish I got her sooner, right? But like Like it, and like she like I just I don't know. Like the gotcha just means you miss that, and it's kind of sad in that sense.
Yeah,
But it's just weird. It's a weird. It's like there's some good things I think about the combat system. It is a little more streamlined compared to one. Auto attack wasn't an inherently bad system, though the tutorials meant people had no idea how to charge their art so fast, so it felt like a slog for most people. And the bad tutorials of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is another thing that probably didn't have people's enjoyment.
If I did not know about stutter stepping, that game would have been about 30% worse.
Oh yeah, I definitely did. I did not know about stutter stepping when I got the game on release, and the combat felt slow, and that probably didn't help my impression of the game.
Thank you, Twitch chat.
I mean, now, whenever anyone says they want to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I just linked to the spoiler-free guide that Chugga made a while ago.
Yeah, and shout-outs to Chugga Conroy, who made, like, the absolute gold standard for YouTube Let's Plays. Like, just absolutely the best. Like, all people who make content for any video game should, if you just look at his stuff and learn. It's just good. It's just all around very good.
I think I'd watch about 30 hours of NL guides and studying spreadsheets to actually learn how Xenoblade Chronicles 2 works, because the game doesn't tell you.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I love that, like, you're still getting tutorials like 60 hours in. It's like, hey, one last thing. It's like, is this the last thing?
Yeah.
It's not as bad as I think the latest tutorial was in Xenoblade 3, and I got a tutorial 80 hours into this video game.
Wow.
I don't remember what it was. I just remember it happening.
Was it the ship upgrade tutorial?
No, it was.
I think you got the burst one quite late. The Days Burst one really late.
Yeah, the burst. It was the burst tutorial. You get it, like, when you do, I think it's Teach's Ascension quest.
Yeah, he's got burst on his...
Oh, yeah, burst was super late. That's very weird. They gave it with Miyabi for some reason.
That makes more sense. Oh, yeah, because she has the inheritable burst.
Yeah, I guess they give it Miyabi because Teach is technically optional, and Miyabi is guaranteed.
Wait, is that Miyabi guaranteed?
Yeah, because you have to do Mia's side quest.
Yeah, you're right. I'm like, hold on, when did we get her? All right, hold on, we're getting distracted. Xenoblade 2.
So, like, I think some of the good things I like about Xenoblade 2 is probably kind of some of the world development stuff, which relates to the overall kind of universe of the game. Like, we get a much more fleshed out description of what happened to split the world in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 versus 1. We have a larger scene. We kind of get more background on, like, how it works. We get an idea of, like, we know that Pyra, Mithra, and Malos are basically representations of those powers that help split it. We actually get to see Claus. His name is Claus maybe his name is Claus in the original game, too.
That's probably accurate enough.
We get to see Claus, as, and actually get to talk to him and not a crazed megalomaniac form in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We also technically see Mayneth, but it's very sad and depressing version of Mayneth, so we'll just skip over that.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that ID that we picked up. No way.
So there's a lot of, like, interesting things there. So basically, what gets established in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is that these worlds are connected technically, because they're made by the same person, but the person got split in half, right?
Yeah.
And when in Xenoblade Chronicles 1 you kill Zanza, you kill Xenoblade Chronicles 2, not Zanza, because he's not as evil. So I don't feel nice calling him Zanza.
Right.
And, so that's kind of what gets revealed there, and it just feels like kind of like, a not major plot point, and kind of maybe explains why Shulk and Fior are DLC Blades. I don't know. But it's like interesting, like for people who like wondering where that was going, because like when you start climbing the world tree, right, and like there's a lot of like the world tree itself, it's a really interesting design because it's called a world tree, but it's not actually a tree. It's just a giant mechanical tower with all these, like, kind of, it's probably related to like that weird, I don't know what it's called, the tower that was used for the creation originally, right? And then is basically the remnants of the old world, right? And things like that. So it's basically, it kind of gives context for that, and it's cool. It doesn't have a major impact on the plot, because the plot is stop Malus from destroying the world and get Mithra to Elysium, which you kind of do when you get to the tree. But it's kind of interesting plot stuff, which then becomes more relevant in 3.
Oh yeah, the reveal that Elysium was like basically like a dead desert looking area. That was depressing. So nuts. Yeah. Like you could just like, that hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's so desolate, right? Like you just go there, it's just inherently dead, and you're like, oops.
And then like you go meet Klaus down in the little basement of that church. Mm-hmm. I think like the world tree basically like it being basically like covered up by all that growth and being like just more remnants of the old world, similar to like underneath the Cloud Sea. I forget what the name of that area was.
Moritha, I think.
Moritha, thank you. Like that all being just like remnants, because it makes me feel like Xenoblade 2 takes place on pretty much like the destroyed Earth. Yeah,
or at the, if not the destroyed Earth, this version of Claus cared enough about the destroyed Earth to want to remind the people about it, or to have those remnants exist, you know? Yeah. Versus in Xenoblade Chronicles 1, where this is just the guy who wants himself to only be in power, so he doesn't have those remnants remain at all. He just makes it so that he is himself inherently the world, right? Because the Titans are the bodies of the gods and are the gods.
And then like it was basically hit. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. So it could just be that they built it directly off the world, or they just recreated it because this version of Claus is very much impacted by his decision. He has a lot of regret about what he did, and so I could see him also just creating this world as an attempt to like remind himself, like to keep remnants of what existed in the past, even though he could not, recreate the lives that were lost in the destruction that before the game started.
Right. But hold on. So he created Malus and Pyra and Mithra, and I guess Alvin.
So Alvis, Pyra, Mithra, we'll call them Numa just for word's sake, right? So we have Alvis, Numa, and Malus. I think they all existed before the world split, right? So they might have been created, what was it called? Some term. I don't remember all the details from the sea where they explain it. So basically there's this thing called the conduit. Right? And then there's these 3 representations of that power. So I don't think that OG pre-world creation of Xenoblade Chronicles 1-2 Claus created them. I think they basically got split off, and like 2 of them went to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, 1 of them went to 1, and they got a personality and became less AI-like, I guess.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
I think so.
And it would explain why they're
studying up on this before talking.
No, it's fine. It would explain why their core crystals look like the conduit.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you've played Xenogears, that has a whole backstory. That's a fun fact.
Oh.
Which we're not gonna get into because I don't remember most of it.
Okay, Xenogears.
I have not played Xenogears either.
Oh boy, it's a trip. One of these days, I need to play it on the channel because I don't remember like 90% of it, but there's a lot of like weird incidental things that happen in the Xenoblade games that like I'm like, hey, I remember these details.
Mm-hmm.
Fan service reasons, adding Cosmos and Telos to Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was an interesting touch, and it also worked because we got a little bit more of that high-tech technology in those games as well. So,
yeah. I don't know.
Though making Cosmos the rarest blade in the game was kind of cruel to everyone.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah. It's like, because she's locked to New Game Plus, right?
No, Cosmos is not locked to New Game Plus.
She's like the 0.01% chance one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Talos is locked to like beating the final boss. I don't know if you have to actually start New Game Plus, but I think you just need to beat the. I don't actually remember.
I don't think you need to be the final boss for Talos. I think you just need to get to a certain point in the story, because I used it for the last like.
Okay,
last
so she's just like story lock progression.
Yeah.
Or something. It's not. There are New Game Plus blades, but those are just basically the Torna.
Malos and Akos and all that, isn't it?
Fun.
And their blades too. So like the blades that they were using as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is both interesting and also really lame, because if you think about it, the best way to play that game is to absolutely speedrun the first playthrough, do literally nothing, and like not pull any blades, and then in the second playthrough do it all, because that's when you have access to everything.
Yeah, but yeah.
So
why restrict the content that way? I don't
again, the gacha is like the main. I feel like the gacha is definitely the main problem. I liked it though. Like, well, not the gacha, but like I did enjoy my time with Xenoblade 2.
Oh yeah, these games I'm heavily criticising in parts is because I want these games to be really good, and if there's glaring flaws, it's like you're this close to perfection, but you just couldn't quite get there. I feel like about all three of the Xenoblade games. I think they're all excellent games, but they've just got one or two fatal flaws, which just, if they didn't have them, they'd be way better games. One was always the maps, and the menuing was just a nightmare. You never knew where you were going for side quests, and you had to spend hours and hours and hours tracking stuff down if you wanted to actually do a proper completion.
Yeah, that's right.
And then two is the gacha system, and then all three Xenoblade games have the problem where it takes 20 hours, 25 hours before the combat actually starts working properly, so yeah.
Oh man, hold on. Can we talk about the Xenoblade 1 like equipment menu for like a hot minute?
It was a pain. I'm not gonna defend that.
No, yeah, it's the literal worst. I'm really glad.
I will say I appreciate the fact that they tossed in cosmetics, because I did not want to see Charlotte in a bikini, and I could just make that go away with the definitive edition. So nice.
Oh wait, was that not an option in Xenoblade in the original?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't an option in the original. It might have been an option in the 3DS port, but I don't think it was. I would have to check. But it was added. It was in a definitive edition. I vaguely remember attempting not to put Charla and Magna gear in my 3DS playthrough, but I might be.
Yeah. I do remember getting to Magna Forest to get a full set for everyone, and everyone's just like normal combat, like wooded gear, and then there's just Charla in a bikini. I'm like, well, alright, they made that choice.
Yeah. Charlotte was a good character.
Charlotte's not a bad character. She was limited by the fact that healing, having you didn't, depending on your builds, having a straight healer wasn't necessary. Like, she's definitely pulled out your ass a bunch of times, but it wasn't always a needed thing. And so oftentimes, because she just wasn't great in chain attacks, it just kind of limited her combat ability.
Yeah, that's fair.
One of those guys that hard carries you for the first 60% of the game, and then you get like 7. It's like, well, now I can kill everything in a chain attack, so I don't need her anymore.
Yeah. Anything else we want to talk about Xenoblade 2?
No, one or two. I'm just curious if anyone finished Torna here, because I haven't, and I feel
Torna.
Well, that was easy.
Okay, so Torna exists, and I recognize its existence, but we will not talk about it.
Yeah. We need to stop releasing 30-hour DLCs after 100+ hour games and usually too burned out by that point.
Yes, or yeah, basically.
So I didn't finish Torna. I started playing it, and then I got distracted, and I stopped. And I will say I like the combat a lot more in Torna, because it's old. Because for me, my issue was I was overwhelmed by choices. Torna has a lot less choices. It has a much more limited cast of characters. There's not like a gotcha option or anything like that. And also the music slaps. It was definitely fun to play, but then I stopped playing it because I have a brain of goldfish sometimes. So
that's fair. Yeah, everyone who has played Torna has basically told me that it's Xenoblade 2 but good.
Okay.
So that tracks with that sentiment, I believe. I do want to say, before we get into Xenoblade 3, because this will be a good segue, I think something I really appreciate from this trilogy is each game like there's definitely a theme. Like Xenoblade 1 concerns itself with the future and foresight quite a bit, where Xenoblade 2 was very focused on the past. Torna, like the group of people, were very focused on like the past and like going back to that and stuff, where Xenoblade 3 was very focused on the now, the present. And I think that was a good way of like capping the trilogy, like keeping that like theme moving through.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and can we talk about how Nia is amazing and Welsh cat girls are the best cat girls?
Nia is a great character. I love her character. I love her design. Her character growth in the story is very good. And yeah, that has absolutely no relevance to Xenoblade Chronicles 3 at all.
Not at all.
A brave company would have made Nia the protagonist rather than have Rex, because Rex just didn't have anything.
That's fair. Yeah.
I you know what? I kind of agree with that. I feel like Nia would have been a much better protagonist. But
could you imagine?
I played as Nia the whole game. She basically was the protagonist. We just ignored that Rex existed for the most part.
Yeah, could you imagine a world where she's the protagonist and then we just get like the love confession scene, but from that other perspective of having played, because like from the perspective of having played Rex the whole time, it's like, you three-head, what a guy. This is, but like if we were playing Nia the whole time, I would literally have wanted to throttle Rex at that exact moment.
Yeah.
There was an option in the game. It was like throttle Rex. Don't throttle Rex. If you throttle Rex, the game has a bad ending, and everyone will do that first and then play the game again normally.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. That would be the quickest snap decision I would ever have made in that game. I just wanted to talk about that scene because it's
it's actually really funny now with the Chronicle 3 knowledge too. So,
oh my god. Yeah. All right, let's go. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Game's good, right?
I liked it a lot. It was a refreshing breath of air after what I didn't like in Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Yes.
It is the best game of the three. I'll give it that. Story, I'm not so convinced, but it's definitely the best video game.
Yeah, that's true. I would say the overall themes of 3 were pretty good. I'm not sure how I feel about the ending. The ending felt a bit rushed, personally.
Oh, we'll get to the ending.
Oh, you'll have to explain the ending too well. I kind of get it, but I'll need further explanation. I think what they set up in the halfway point did not make sense at the end.
And then the combat was significantly better than both of the other games. I think, and like I just think the combat system was amazingly good, and they did a bunch of good quality of life. They did a decent amount of quality of life stuff. I'm not gonna say it's perfect because there's definitely some issues with it, but overall, it's a very good game, and all the voice actors are also very much on point for the main cast.
I'll agree with that.
I mean, I have comments to say about the voice acting as a token British person, but yeah, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that when we get to characters. Let's start. Let's talk about the main story for this game. Like, because there's, looking back and really thinking about it, the main story for this game is not that long.
No, it's not. It's got a lot of padding.
Yeah, like 90% of the time I think we had in this game was side content, which is fine.
I don't mind that in a more open world game like it was. I think that's perfectly fine. You can take the easy route and just blast through the story if that's what's interesting you. Or if you're a completionist like me, you can take your time and do everything.
Yeah, I think let's go through like the actual like beat for beat. Because we start off, Colony 9, and we're hanging out with Noah, Uni, and Lons, right?
Jorah, yeah.
Yeah, and the game has the absolute audacity of opening with our obligatory Hot Springs episode.
Yeah,
it's one of the best takes of a Hot Spring episode I have ever seen in a JRPG.
Agreed. I will also agree with that. It is the best one of the 3, but also Like, and we'll get to this.
One had a hot springs episode, so one is acceptable.
Wait, did one not? I swear one had one.
He did. Either that or I blanked it from my mind.
Oh my god.
I don't remember that far back.
I don't remember. It has to have. All of these games, like.
So the most I remember is that we saved the woman who was bathing in the spring, but I don't remember actually having like a hot spring scene with the female characters in the game.
Oh, I think you're right.
I can't recall.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, so we have that, and then it goes straight into the big fight where we meet the other half of the main cast.
Mm-hmm.
And Van Damme shows up with the Egg of Destiny.
Yep.
And okay, so when we met Mobius, actually that was D and J interlinked.
I think it
wasn't
was.
It?
No, I think it was just D.
Did we have J at that point? I guess we did.
No, we haven't met J at this point. It was just D.
We hadn't met J.
I don't think it was a D and J interlink.
No.
Okay, I feel like, all right, I'm probably wrong there then. But yeah, so we meet D, but he just calls himself Mobius and doesn't give us the letter system or anything. He shows
up, that. Beats the hell out of us, and wanders off again.
Yeah, which I love the fact that he basically shows up, beats the hell out of us. We do, Mio and Noah get an interlink, and then literal final boss music starts playing. I just love the fact that we had like the first boss of the game literally like has the ominous chanting, like the Latin the Latin choirs kicking off. Like any other game, that would be final boss music, but this was literally the first boss music.
Mm-hmm.
And then so we meet the other half of the main party, and then they just leave the egg.
It's been used up at that point, hasn't it? Yeah.
It's done. It's pretty clear when, after they left, like, even if they didn't leave the egg, like, if they took it with them, it would have basically fallen apart afterwards. There's a cutscene there that shows that it's basically used up. So
yeah, it just is weird to me that like because we didn't know that.
I don't think they recognize that the egg caused. I'm not sure if how much they noticed that the egg caused. First, like they were in the middle of fighting, they banged them, activated it.
That's very confused.
And then they were like, "What the fuck is happening?" Sorry, and then they basically, and then Mio and Noah do it, and they're like, "What?" And they're like, "We have too much to entertain. We're going home." and then they're like, "We can't go home." Sad.
Yeah, and then they meet back up at that place again.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get the, oh, look, let's just find some clothes scene. And so I wanted to bring this part up because it directly contradicted something from earlier, even though it was funny. So, like, we basically, like, going back to the hot spring, like the bath scene, like, everyone is like, yeah, well, whatever. We're all hanging out. We're all naked. Doesn't matter. But, like, during the changing part, just all the guys were like, oh, we're going to change over here. And they scamper off embarrassed. And I'm like, hold up. Like, do you guys, do people mind this or not?
Well, I was confused by that as well, because it was, the chemists obviously had the bath scene at the start, and they're all pretty chill with it. And then basically every scene from here, like, they're always super embarrassed. I think it usually comes on the Agnes side, but surely Agnes also had, like, shared baths being a military institution as well.
Always the dudes. It was just the dudes.
I think so. Like, there's a few ways to interpret this. One, being Mobius unlocks your emotion. Not Mobius, being Ouroboros unlocks your emotions, right? Because at this point they have bonded and have become Ouroboros.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Two, they're removed from their normal military lifestyle and are seeing people out of uniform, and they're starting to realize that, wow, they're people, and oh no, hormones or something like that. And because of that, they are starting to react to it because it's a sudden shift in environment with new people and things like that. I'm not really sure which one is correct, honestly. I'm not sure if there's or just bad writing, but I don't know.
No, actually, I think you might be onto something, because like you'll notice that a lot of the people, especially before we break the flame clocks, like people are very stilted in the colonies. And they a lot of them remain that way, even though like they'll start opening up more once we start building affinity. But like, yeah, you probably are onto something. Like, or becoming Ouroboros like changes something, like it unlocks, like breaks mental locks or something.
See it, like, what was it? We could call it saying that people under the flame clock are stuck in the endless now. And when you're out of the flame clock, you are free to think of what you actually want. So
you can move forward. Yeah.
Can you guys like explain like the mechanics of like the bodies of the characters in the flame clocks as well? Because I was under the impression initially going through the story that once you broke free of the flame clock, you wouldn't have like the 10-year limit still. But obviously you still do, because it was a big thing about Mio reaching her limit. So what's up with that?
Oh, I'm not sure if the game explains this well enough, or if there's enough things. It seems like there's two different things, right? So the flame clock is definitely imposed by Mobius, right?
Yeah.
So that's very clear. So that's something that they impose to keep the struggle on, keep on getting the life, that it keeps them alive, etc., etc.
Yeah.
It seems like, based off flashbacks from when we saw in Noah and the later chapters, that the time limit has always been there for a reason. And that's possibly because of how Origin is set up, maybe, with the incubators and stuff, like, because these are replicating people who were existing right when the world's merged. I'm just tossing off stuff that's way ahead of the game right now. But
I mean, that doesn't explain a lot of the concepts.
But, so basically, I think it's basically, there's two different things, right? There's basically the flame clock, which is Mobius imposed, and then the time limit, which seems to be kind of like an Origin imposition while they were like trying to wait for the worlds to demerge or whatever, or something like that. They want it as a stopgate so that we can return back to the original time.
Okay. That would make enough sense. Like I feel like the term limits are hard coded into the ether of their bodies.
Okay.
And because you'll see, go ahead.
The only thing that kind of goes against it is there's mentions of people in the founder statue that supposedly live past their term limits. However, it's unclear if that's actually true or not, because it is so long ago, right, that it's gone to legend. So that stuff, like, it could be possible that there is a way around term limits, but it could also just be possible that it's just like impossible to do right now, or maybe the way around term limits is become part Nopon or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, and Nopon are like a whole separate pile of nonsense.
Do they?
No, because they don't have term limits. They don't have irises.
If you go on the Affinity chart and check on Nopon ages, there are multiple ones that are above the age of 10.
Yeah.
There's loads in there.
And so it's very clear they don't have term limits. It seems like they couldn't be included. So I was on Reddit and reading theories last night after I finished. Actually, we're also getting off topic, so we'll bring up Nopon.
Fine.
But basically with Nopon, right, we get that aside in Uni's side story that they're supposed to be like Switzerland, right? So it seems to be, and then there's also in Ricky Manana's quest, we get this random Nopon who basically says like, we're not supposed to interact with humans. So it seems like in this world they're supposed to be a little bit more separated from humans, or they're allowed to have various opinions. Apparently the rock colors that you collect from the caravans indicate how you feel about humans.
I saw that.
I didn't see that because I didn't finish that quest because I couldn't find the last person.
Yeah, it's like the feedback system, basically. If you're polite to a Nopon, they'll give you a white stone. If you're abrupt to them, you give it a red stone, and then when you give it back, it's like the feedback you get from them or whatever is at the end of the quest.
Oh.
So it seems like the Nopon couldn't be included in the system, and Mobius was just like, Fine.
Believe him.
As long as you don't mess with this shit and just let these poor people be stuck in this endless cycle forever, we won't touch you because we can't handle Napalm. TLDR and Napalm for gods.
Yeah, like it's so bizarre too because that like the implication is that basically that like Riku and Manana basically know the plot of the game at the beginning of the game.
Do they?
I mean, it would if the Nopon are, you know, they basically have a deal with Mobius to not mess with.
Well,
so they might have seen like previous incarnations of our characters, is sort of basically what you're getting at.
Yeah,
I guess that makes sense. Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. Like, I could see like maybe the original Nopon agreeing to it and not passing the information down. Like, there's that side quest in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. There's a side quest in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 where everyone wonders why Nopon talk the way they do, and it turns out there's like this whole scam they did to make money, and they all forgot about that, right? So it could be. It's only relevant in the sense that people can make decisions early on that aren't passed on to descendants, and they would be aware of the kind of like the replication thing, I think, but that they wouldn't probably talk about, or they would either move around to different colonies when people like they were close to died, or like because it also how the clones are distributed is probably controlled by Mobius too, so it's possible like there could have been ways depending like how they traveled or stuff like that they didn't see it, or maybe they were told not.
Let's be real. What's going on here is Monolith Software created this like storyline and plot, and realised they needed to include the Nopon because they're like the mascot character for the series. And then someone's gone, well, surely the Nopon would have seen all this, and Monolith just like look over that meme's like, well, I'm going to ignore that, and they just never explain it.
There's going to be a side quest in the DLC or something that'll go way into it.
There's some weird stuff with Riku, but I don't really want to keep on this Nopon derail longer, so we can talk about it later.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the main story. So the party meets back up, they change, and then if you just follow the main story, the literal next thing you do is Colony 4.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's Colony 4?
Ethel.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, going to Ethel is probably like the right beeline, honestly, for just for mechanic progression as well.
Yeah, get the hero.
Yeah. So like you do the whole Colony 4 thing, you free them from their flame clock, and you beat up your first Mobius, and actually beat him. Noah learns he has a cool thing he gets to do with his sword. Everyone else gets their interlinks. They all learn how to morb.
That feels way later.
This is the first morb. Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah, this is the first time they do it. Was when they break the flame clock.
They get out of the cave or something, don't they? And then they're in like the watery area and they do it.
That's for the other half. This is only the Kavesi morbs.
Okay, yeah. I forgot that was the thing.
About too, but no, yeah. Console K is when we get access to the interlinks, and then everyone gets interlinks just only to Kavesi.
Yeah, and then we get the other half.
With Lambda.
Yep, you're right. Because what we do then is we deal with that. We can go do Ethel's story quest.
I think Ethel's story quest is required.
Okay, so we do Ethel's story quest. And then
because it makes sense it's required considering plot stuff. So.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Yeah. But then she's like, "Hey, head over towards this direction." And I think it's Colony 30.
I think
it's not Baldi's colony.
So the original. So after that, I think the plan is to try to go talk to the queen, right? To get a castle.
Yeah,
right?
That's the one. Yeah.
So the final goal is to get to the castle, and on the way we can stumble upon a few different colonies. Colony 30 is only kind of required in the sense that you stumble upon Baldi on the way on the required route.
Yeah.
I don't know if you actually have to finish Baldi's quest.
I think you do because you need to get his you get the climbing thing as soon as you recruit him, don't you?
Yeah.
So
I think you have to get him back to Colony 30, but I don't think you have to do anything there.
Accurate.
Oh, there's the boss. There's like that random. You have to beat up the console there.
And we also get to see Robo Buddy, you know.
Oh yeah, Robo Buddy, or Robo.
Yeah, that was a
Robo
cool scene.
Friend. Yeah, that was great.
I like the little Robo dude. He fought for us.
Little guy, little boy, little lad.
Yeah.
So yeah, that gives us colony 30. You can backtrack to do other previous colonies. It's not required. And then after you get the ability to climb vines, you just start climbing vines, and you can go into the mines, the Orion mine. And if at this point you were like, wow, these games look very similar to Xenoblade 1 and 2, but there just are probably just really lots of references. And then you see an area that's called Uriah, and you're like, this is feeling like it's more than a reference.
Yeah, that was when I was like,
When I was like, this is more than a reference. You could probably catch on earlier. There's a lot of areas in previous areas that are named after previous things that I just didn't miss because I didn't remember the names of all them stuff. But Uriah is very obvious for me.
Well, yeah. Well, the Fallen Hand is like just in the desert.
I mean, for me, for that, like I don't know when. That area is a little bit later, but there's a region which just basically has one of the themes basically be built off the Fallen Arm motif. And as soon as I heard that, I'm like, this is not a reference. This is on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't just toss in a motif from the previous game like that. Like it's very clear.
Yeah, and like you can see the head of the Bionis to the north as well, like pretty early, because like you'll see the big spike pretty early on, but like if you spend a little bit of extra time in the first like that battlefield area and you just kind of look north, I think it's like northeast, the head of the Bionis is just vibing hanging out.
But yeah, it's a rather amusing moment I had quite early in the story because I was obviously super excited to unlock all the heroes, and I think it's Teacher's Quest. You come across that like ditzy girl who gets lost or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And the first thing I thought was, hell yes, she's going to be like a hero party member, because I went into this game blind and didn't like understand what the hero system was about. I thought it'd just be like random characters that join you. And for the longest time when we followed, I was like, hell yeah, I so want her in my party, and then we ended up getting Teach.
Same.
Very sad.
Yeah. It would have been way better than Teach.
Teach is a great character, to be fair, but I was so confused at the start.
I didn't finish Teach Ascension's quest, but I feel like his Ascension, like he's hinted that he has a darker background, so I'm kind of curious.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good. He gets into like a thing with Asher as well. But when you do both their quests, he gets like another quest with that. It's really awesome.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And that was very good. So
yeah,
I'll spoil it when we talk about the heroes later.
Oh yeah. But like, so we go from like Colony 30 to we go through the mines, Colony Lambda, and we fight like the big turtle colony Varanus.
And then we get the console reveal.
Yeah, and that's when Console J, and we get oh god, what is his name?
Joran.
Yeah. I was like Jorsh. Joran, yeah, Joran. And that's when a whole like when it got shown that Console J was Joran, a lot of stuff clicked in my head. Like that was definitely like my I get it moment. Because like Mobius, like the naming convention, like obviously like Mobius is like, a real mathematical term.
Yeah.
And Ouroboros is another like everything in this game refers to cycles, right?
Like so, Ionius means eternity. Like Mobius is like as Mobius, like if you're not a mathematician, like you think of Mobius paper, a paper that you can always draw one line on, right, without lifting your pencil. I think is one definition of that, correct?
Yeah,
and then Ouroboros.
Ouroboros is a snake that eats its tail, isn't it? So it's the circular idea.
Right, so these are all like kind of infinite eternity kind of themes in this game from the naming convention. So
yeah, and so like we didn't really get like information on like Console K or at this point we didn't know a whole lot about D either. We didn't even know that his name was D. And hold on, can we make an aside? I hated I hated the fact that all the Mobius were like just single letter names. It was so hard to keep track of who was who.
Okay.
Sure.
It would have been helpful if they had more unique designs. I feel like a lot of the blended in. There were some really, really cool ones, others were just like, oh, look, it's another really chunky dude.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's another person with a really dumb red helmet. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Like, definitely feel overall Mobius were interesting conceptually, if I feel like they're a little underutilized as a concept.
Yeah, for me, like, that's probably a later discussion, though.
Yeah. So we get the reveal that, like, Mobius, like, you know, can be people that we knew. That comes into play. And, well, like, people, like, can become Mobius. They didn't start that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, God, what happens immediately after that?
And all I remember is, so for the video, I am a major Tyon fan, so all I remember about the Colony Lambda is Tyon's crowning moments.
Fair.
I think after that...
When did he get told to go to the city? Isn't that shortly after?
Well, so technically Van Damme told us to go to the city when he died, right?
Yeah. This whole thing is like, go to the shitty.
So we need to go to Swordmark, right? On the way to Swordmark is a castle. So I think we're like swinging by the castle for reasons.
We were like stopping. We wanted to go in the castle. Oh, because we wanted to go through, but like we didn't want to go through.
So you can go north or south, but if you go north, you have to go through enemy territory or whatever. So we'll go south, which takes us past the castle.
No, that wasn't the castle thing. That was earlier on, right? That was before Colony 4.
Okay.
Oh yeah. That was the pre-Colony 4, because like one direction everything was level 40, and the other direction everything was level 10. So of course you had to go the level 10 way.
They didn't let you go the level 40 way anyway if you tried.
I did try, and it made me very upset.
Was it before or after that we got Alexandria's like cohort attacking us?
Alexandria's cohort attacks you after that. Well, you go the other direction, and then there's an option to like go in a specific direction, and Alexandria's cohort attacks you.
Mm-hmm.
That's after Colony 4.
Okay.
And that's because that's optional.
It is optional. I didn't do it until like 60, 70 hours into the game.
Oh man, I beelined because I saw a question mark. I'm like, ooh, what is this?
Question mark. I activated it. I saw they were level 40, and they came back to it later.
Yeah, that's what I saw they were level 40, and then just completely forgot what level they were there. I'll talk about this when we get to maps later on, because it's a huge issue for me. But yeah.
So after Lambda, we
go through the forest.
We go through the forest. We see Tau. We have to do a Tau side quest for a traversal skill.
Yeah.
During Tau, we get sprung upon by mysterious mechanical assassins, which will totally not come up again later.
That would be ridiculous.
And is there anything else that happens in the Machna Forest or the Machna Forest?
Machna Forest, yeah.
Is that where Ethel and Kamarabi fight at the end of it?
Yes.
Kamarabi fight. Yeah, so Ethel got summoned to the castle with her lieutenant person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Kamarabi was there.
So what happens?
They get told to work together to kill us, don't they? And they're like, hell no, we want to fight each other instead.
Yeah.
So basically, So Ethel. So after you meet Ethel, she gets called to the castle. And so she and Borearis, or however you pronounce his name, go to the castle. She is told that she gets threatened with destruction of the colony from a laser. We actually see it. They shoot somewhere in the Rhine Mountains. This is also when we see some more bits of N as well, and starts to appear a little bit.
That's why. Okay, hold on. I remember, because we see the Annihilation Cannon stuff.
We see the Annihilation Cannon. There's a scene with N where he goes to talk to Kamarabi when he's in jail. And so we do that. That happens, and then Ethel sends out the Bollier, so he lets him leave to like basically warn us, tell us not to go in this direction. We being heroes are like not YOLO, but we're like we can't let this happen, right? We need to stop it. So that's why we decided to do a sideline for the Kavesi Castle, I think.
Yeah, because we were going to just go past that.
Mm-hmm. And we basically we won't do that in order to like try to stop Ethel. But Ethel and Kamarabi meet us in their way on their new mechs, where we meet M, O, and P.
That sounds accurate enough.
Side note, I really wish we got to see P without the helmet, because for some reason she gave me very large Patroco from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Oh yeah, that tracks.
And then so they fight. We learned that these the Pharaonis are basically sucking their life force. Kamarabi does the badass move of stabbing out his eye to not be affected by the Mobius's thing. And then they realize that if they're going to die anyway, we might as well die the way we want to, right? Their only choice was either to fight us, or they could fight Mobius, and Mobius could easily suck out their lives. And so they decide to die the way they want to, which is fighting each other, and then they die, and it gets sad. Mio punches Mobius, and we all applaud. There's also, right, during this time, we also get some Mio characterization. Mio is starting to feel worried about her time running out. And it seems to be having some hand issues or muscle things. It could just be like one-off things for being tired, or maybe something else is happening, you know.
Yeah. And we get the flute exchange.
And that's a very good exchange. And then after that, we beat up them. We learn Black Fog. We learn why interlinking has a time limit. And we kill them.
Which they conveniently ignore several times.
Yeah. I think
you interlink for so long, you'll like explode, and then like they're like, oh, we'll push our limits like every anime pro tag ever, and it's just like they never really actually have the consequences.
Time is they don't ever say how long the time limit is in game, right?
I mean, part of that scene, isn't it? When we get the second forms, is that like Senna and whatever push themselves way too far, but like
Senna
everyone basically dies at that point, but then like a minute later they're all fine again, aren't they? And they just carry on.
What else? That's what happens there. So then we go to Kavesi Castle, and that's we sneak in there.
Yeah. And we could completely optionally do deal with Ashera's colony, but that's not main story. We'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We go into it is awesome. Yeah, so we go into Kavesi Castle. We get the plans from Bolieris. I think it's Bolieris. That sounds
Bolieris, yeah, that's all.
And we get the plans from there. It turns out they were flawed. They were inherent.
Yeah.
I think Mobius. Well, there's obvious reasons why Mobius knows about it now. If you think about it, Mobius knew that we were coming in, so they left fake plans for him to be leaked, and we ended. And that's
the throne room.
And that's where we meet the queen, and the queen who looked like a Hyentia is called Melia Antigua, and then we all lose our shit for a few seconds.
Yep, and then she's a robot.
And then she's a robot. And we still lose our shit, but we're also like, what the heck?
Oh yeah, and then N is there, just kind of watching.
Who's M? The great mystery. We'll never know.
We'll never know who he could possibly be.
And then I don't know if he doesn't take off his mask in front of the people in this cutscene.
You need a long, straight black hair. Didn't give it away straight away.
Yeah, no, he does not take off his mask until after they have left.
Yes.
But I think this is the scene where he takes it off for the first time.
Yeah,
it is. So. But you've seen him with like his long hair, and you just get going, who is this person? I have no idea who this could be.
I think I said that like verbatim when I was doing that part. It's like, who is this mysterious gentleman?
To be fair, I don't like the fact that they revealed it so soon. I don't think they wanted it to be a mystery. I think
that is fair.
I think that this was also on Reddit, but I agree with the sentiment. The question for the audience wasn't who is N. It's more like why is N? Like why is N?
Definitely.
And then I think shortly after that they revealed that M is Mio as well. I think they both happened right next to each other. Like they didn't want it to be a secret. They just wanted to be like, what? Why is there two of them?
That was the main question.
Fully revealed as Mio until you do the prison escape, does she?
No, I thought she appears right after that.
She appears, but it's like the M and the mask thing or whatever.
I thought she took off her mask, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think she actually shows up until pretty late.
That might be my bad.
this story. Like, I think you're already in the city before M shows up for the first time, even in, like, you know, Mobius community theater scenes.
That's weird. I might just be misremembering when this scene happens where she takes off her mask.
You might be right.
They were close to each other.
You could be correct, actually. I just, my memory's also probably pretty flawed.
So what happens there, right? So what happens during the Kavesi Cap? I'm sorry, I just kind of overtook the summary part.
No, you're
doing you know it more than we do.
Yeah, you're clearly the expert here.
So after the Kavesi thing, I think that's when the city comes and they take some clone pods. Right. What also happens there is that we see Ethel in a clone pod.
Oh yeah.
And those the pods get taken away, including Ethel's pod.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's when we officially get to talk to the city at that point. I can't remember exactly what happens, but we're en route to going to the city anyway at this point.
Yeah, I think
we
it's
get saved by some heli choppers, don't we? And they're like, "Oh, look, it's us, the people from the city."
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
No, I just remember. So we go to the city at this point, either because we're like right close to Swordmark as it is, or because the city people are like, "Yo, we heard about you guys. Come to the city, we get in because it's kind of hidden, yo."
Yeah.
And so we get into the city, and multiple reveals happen there.
Yes.
First of all, just babies.
Just babies.
Oh,
no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's I mean, also it's very noticeable. Like Monica and Shania are the two like main characters that meet us.
Mm-hmm.
And take us into the city. So like I'm just throwing those names out there for future reference.
Okay, so we see Monica and Shania, they take us into the city.
And then we learn about babies.
We learn basically that the city, as old defendant, is descended from past Ouroboros, and so they're all free from the flame call. Mm-hmm. We also get confirmation that the weapon switching thing seems to be an Ouroboros thing, since it seems like people in the city can choose what weapons they want to use at will as well.
Yeah.
So we get that. We talk to Monica. They give us some background on the city and like how they've been fighting Mobius for ages. We learn about the cycle of life. Tyon is happy that he sees a baby. You know, we're very happy that Tyon has emotions.
Yes.
And what
I
else
also
happens?
love how Uni just spends like 90% of her time in the city just being like, "Y'all got any babies?"
We're gonna talk about that statement is iconic, and I love it.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're like this is a whole new thing for them, and this I think it makes them think about like life and other stuff, like, you know, like how like they didn't have these choices and all that stuff. So
it is like as a 35-year-old dude, I was basically like, are we about to experience like the talk in a JRPG?
It was the most like they skipped that for very valid reasons, but like it was a good way to like, I think it was a tasteful way to like introduce a subject, because it's very obvious that they wouldn't know any of this. And they were like all confused, like, why are there little people? Why are there old people? Please explain. And they're like, yeah, we need to start from the basics there.
Why is the guy all wrinkly?
What is a dad? What is a mom? What are parents? You know, like the whole system. Like it's also really interesting. We just contrast how terrifying like the colony system is, right? You don't.
They're essentially mind controlled, aren't they? It's the way that Noah was making that. Oh, we didn't even realize all this time because the animals growing up around us that humans also could grow up because we were so focused on our own thing.
Yeah, basically, like, it does, and like there are so many times in the story where it's like, yeah, they don't know these basic things because it's not like they're just never allowed to know these things.
Yeah, it's just like it's deep propaganda where they just believe what they're told continuously and just never explore beyond it. No critical thinking.
Yeah, they're never given the time. That's the whole. Like, that's like the whole like thesis, basically.
Yeah.
Like if your whole existence is learning how to fight, struggling to survive, and trying to make sure you have enough that you don't die every moment, like you don't have much time to think about other things. And I think it's very, I think it's generally very reasonable that they wouldn't notice. Like, why notice that animals age, right? Like, you just care that you need the meat. Like, maybe you kill them for meat if you're starving, right?
Yeah.
Their threat assessment, like, we want to make sure that we stay away from the big animals because they're going to kill us. But the small ones are fine. We don't care what age is,
Yeah.
But so they're in a city, and then what happens from there?
I think at that point, okay, so at that point, 90% of us get exceedingly distracted because we're
With a
given
million
boat.
side quests, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm pretty sure literally, like, we get to the city, and the exact next main plot thing is we are given a boat.
I think we are given a boat.
Yeah.
We're given a boat.
Yeah. And then we're supposed to, like, beeline to the castle at that point?
Mm-hmm.
We go to the prison, don't we? Because someone's in the prison we're rescuing.
Yeah, we're
We have
supposed
to
to
go
break
to
into the prison.
Because there is a person in the prison who might have an item that can help us. Because right now we want to find... So we went to the Kavesi Queen. The Kavesi Queen is a robot. We're like, shit, we need a queen. And they're like, I think you can find the Agnes Queen. But the person who has the key to the Agnes Queen info is in the prison.
Yeah.
And Gondor is a very great name that sounds like a very muscular dude, and we're all very excited to meet Gondor.
Yes. Big burly dude Gondor.
And so then we're given a boat, and we're allowed to we can beeline straight for that.
Mm-hmm. And then none of us did because we were given a boat.
And a bunch of
place.
I actually only recruited one hero on the way to the island. It was not a wise choice. So I ended up spending like 70% of the game with like 10 heroes, and then got them all after when I couldn't level them.
Yeah.
I think I missed one hero before I went to the island, but it was Trident, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It's basically not even doing anything.
Trident's interesting for other reasons, but not
He's a
for
good character.
Yeah.
We'll get stuff later.
Yeah.
But so
Put a pin in that.
there might be some side quests in regards, like, so we're given a bunch of Ouroboros candidates as backups. Shania's with us. That's important.
Oh yeah.
Monica can be with you if you do a side quest, because that's, I think, after this point you can do a hero quest to get her in there, but she's not officially.
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
I think you can do the hero quest now. It might be later though.
I think you can do her hero quest in the city, is pretty much when you get into the city.
Yeah. I think I definitely think I remember doing that.
There's reasons why you would do a hero quest immediately.
Yeah.
Because you need a tank.
There's no goddamn defender class in this game.
Please more defender classes. Thank you.
Anyway, but Shania is explicitly with our group, and I think we might do some like quests to like get access to like figure out where the prison is or whatever, and like, or we have to talk to someone who escaped from the prison to get ideas.
So 3 separate people on 3 separate islands to get the key intel to get into the prison through the sewers, something like that.
Oh yeah. That's true.
And so then we get into the prison. We had to get trackers. We had to get fake trackers, right? That was one of the things. Is that like there's reasons for, like, they made reasons which we can argue if reasonable or not, but there are reasons for why we go there. So we get into the prison, and in the prison we finally meet Gondor. Turns out Gondor is not a giant burly man, but a very foul-mouthed, punchy girl who is Monica's daughter. And you
like
are.
Gondor?
Oh, I admit I was totally bamboozled by the name. I was like, I know what Gondor looks like. We got this, right? Gondor, early masculine man, and you go in there and you see Gondor for the first time, and I was basically the characters in the game. I was like, oh.
It's like, you're so small, and she just like punches everything. Great.
Her introduction is very good.
Yes. I like her as a character.
She's fine. So we go in there, then we have to do things. We have to deal with evil prison wardens who are evil. We do some side questing, and then eventually we plan a breakout. And of course, we tell all the Ouroboros candidates, and all the people in the city that we're breaking out, because this prison specifically holds city people who get executed on the day of the eclipse, which is totally not relevant.
At the most ominous sounding place ever. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. It's like, Hope's End they get. That's it.
Hope's End, because that is also the relaxing. And so we tell Shania we're about to leave, and then we get, and then more plot stuff happens.
Yeah, because we're doing the escape, and everything looks like it's going well, and then M and N ambush us.
They appear because we've been betrayed.
Yup.
By Shania, because she is
the worst God,
the worst. Yeah, leave it there.
The writing for her was so good because I still get mad about her.
Yeah. Shania you need so much therapy, please. God, I understand your complaints, but God, this is not the way to handle them. Jesus, God, no.
Right, yeah.
And so we get our butt kicked by N and M.
Yeah.
Some people die. Not the main cast.
No one important.
Yeah, just the third dude in the 2-dude squad.
Lancet's almost die, but get stopped by X for some reason.
Oh yeah, because she has the cool staff.
She forces them to demorb.
Yeah.
And what else happens?
We also get the bit later on where we find out that the reason we survived that fight was because Mio was pulling punches for later reasons.
So this is when we fish where everyone actually learns that N and M look like Noah and Mio, and they're also losing their minds while they're trying to fight for their lives.
Yeah.
But TLDR, we lose. We lose bad. Gondor escapes with the keys, the key to the queen. She gave it to us, so we give it back. Yeah. And then we get stuck in jail. And N's like, I have a great entertainment. We're just gonna wait until Neo's about to die, and we're gonna execute her, and you're just gonna sit there and watch.
It is 3 hours of cutscenes. Let's go.
Yo.
And it's one of the most impactful things because we don't win. She dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say this is probably the strongest point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like narratively speaking, this is like this point. Like if somehow you have gotten to this part of we're almost 2 hours deep into a Xenoblade retrospective. If you have not played this part of the game, please go experience this without having this spoiled. It's such a
definitely.
It's
my
amazing.
God, it was worth 70 hours.
I was largely sat there stunned for like 20 minutes. Like, I can't believe this is happening.
It is extraordinarily good JRPG writing and storytelling.
Like I was pretty sure, like gameplay wise, I was like, I'm pretty sure Mio, you can still play as Mio. So what happens? Do we just wait 10 years, try again? Is there a 10-year time skip?
Yeah, I was legitimately like, they're just gonna kill everyone, and then like, I guess start like I was fully expecting to have like a fresh quote unquote.
Yeah, set. I thought that as well.
That was what I was. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The way. So at this point, if you're somehow still listening and haven't played this game, please leave. The way that this chapter ends is they cut as soon as N is swinging the blade on Noah's axe. Mm-hmm. And it ends with Mio's journal, because at the end of every chapter, Mio does a narration. It doesn't end with it ends with her flute, and it's just total silence.
Oh yeah. It's the flute, not the journal, and that's how I'm like, oh my God.
There were so many good things about the scene. Like we could probably like the you're an off-seer, like just like it's terrifyingly good.
I would go as far as saying, while Xenoblade doesn't crack my like top JRPGs of all time, this is probably the best scene I've ever seen in a JRPG. It was incredible.
Yeah, like and like I was hearing on Twitter, like I was dodging Xenoblade 3 spoilers. Mm-hmm. So hard. I'm like, every time I see someone even like mentioning the game, they're like, the end of chapter 5 is the best thing I've ever seen in a video game. And I'm like, it can't be that good. Like, it's gonna be good. Like I fully expect it to be good, but like, no, I am like, yeah, this is the end of chapter 5 is the best. It's easily the one of the best, if not the best thing I've ever seen in a JRPG. I'll agree with RayRei entirely.
Yeah, it's very well done, just on multiple levels, and
Yes.
I mean, the only thing I would say is it would be nice if they gave us a warning before we get to the prison scene that you're basically there will be a 3-hour-long cutscene or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, that's a minor grip in the scene of things.
You can't turn away either. Like once you've started, you've committed. You are watching this through to the end because it's so like enthralling. You are just there for a long time.
You say like one before you go to prison, like you can't leave for some time. So they give you like some warning, but
the warning feels more like a hey, once you're in this prison, like you can't fast travel out. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I'm in prison. I'm not allowed to leave the prison and fast travel and go other places. Like that tracks.
Yeah.
But like something that I want to talk for 2 seconds about Xenosaga 1.
Sure.
4 hours into Xenosaga 1, there is an 1.5 hour long cutscene with 3 save points. And this is the same team.
Oh, okay.
Like
they have a reputation for it then.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like they used to put save points in the middle of their giant story segments, and they don't anymore.
I don't remember there being a particularly long cutscene in 1 or 2. Just this one.
Yeah, I think this is probably like the most egregious one. I can't think of. Yeah, you're probably right there. I guess you can save in when you're like tossed in jail.
I mean, a bit of a side point is one of the nice things about the Switch is you can hit home at any point and it pauses cutscenes exactly where you are. So
there's
a side point.
That is fair. I didn't even think about that.
It's not technically a save point, but Switch's inherent fake save points are a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
or just like fake pause buttons, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That actually tracks perfectly well.
But yeah, so that's chapter 5, and then we get chapter 6 and 7, which are also probably very fast.
They're very short. Like chapter 7 is extremely short.
So chapter 6, we get a bunch of background on Noah, basically, and his past lives.
Mm-hmm.
And see every single time he meets Mio, and every single time she dies.
Yeah.
And it happens over and over and over again. They've been Ouroboros candidates in the past. They still die. They've tried to fight against Zed. They've still died. It seems like Zed had an interest in Noah for reasons. That's not ever really made clear as to why. Maybe just because he's a cruel asshole. But
I think.
And there's also the fact his sword looks like Minato, but we never touched upon that. Well, and sword looks like Malice's Minato, to be frank, honestly.
Yeah. Well, like the Lucky 7 or whatever it's called, like it's a very stripped down Minato. It has like the circle in it, and N has like the dark version as well. But I don't think it ever like has a symbol or anything in it.
No.
Does it explain where it come from? Did I just miss that part?
Huh?
Does it explain where the Lucky 7's from? Has it got some wider lore significance? Like the sword at the end or something like that.
They're made by the Xenoblade elves, aka Napon.
Okay.
That
means it's just the best sword that existed ever.
I don't think we know. So there are some phrases that I don't think they really delve into. The Mobius called the sword the end. I don't know if that's just symbolic or if it has a specific power. It's not clear how N gets the sword. We know how Noah gets the sword, but we're not really sure how N gets the sword in the first place.
How does Riku get the sword, though? He just says, my master pawn gave it to me. It's like, yeah, but like, hold on.
I mean, Riku is one of the 4G master dudes, so I could see how he could get access to a very fancy sword.
Oh, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. There's stuff about Riku we can also talk about later.
Go ahead.
Oh, and then we also get to learn that Kavesi and Agnes people can't have children because they have a kid in one of the scenes.
Yeah, that's true.
And so now we can say that we have a JRPG where the main love interest just can't have children and had sex. So proof, guys.
Good job.
It can happen.
Yeah. Good job. High fives all around.
But basically, that scene. So what's interesting about Noah's scenes is that as they keep on going on, he gets more and more desperate to keep Mio alive, and he always. And then I guess in this one, like they're not even. It doesn't seem like they're really on the front lines anymore. She dies, and then he dies because they only have 10 years to live, which is probably why they shouldn't have kids. I'm just gonna put that out there. That like I understand why they wanted kids, but also abandoning your like 1 or 2 year old child or 3-year-old child, like
probably just don't understand conceptually the issues.
Not the best plan. So after that, Zed's like, "Yo, you tired of this happening all over again and over again?" And Noah's like, "Kind of." And he's like, "Well," N's like, "Kind of." And he's like, Zed's like, "Yo, become Mobius," and did, and that's our end backstory. And then this random not end person's like, "Yo, why didn't you do this? Why aren't you making the same decision?" And Noah's like, "Well, I met Chris and I saw people die, and I first thought they were selfish," which is a weird take, by the way. But now I realize there must be something more to death, and I don't want this to continue like this, I guess. I don't remember the exact words this man says, but it's very obvious if you compare N and Noah's philosophies over death. Like, Noah, as a protagonist, has always been reluctant about killing and violence, right? And he doesn't want to perpetuate the cycle, where N doesn't seem to care, honestly. And with that, we get the major reveal that, haha, surprise, Mia's not actually dead.
Yeah.
Well, she is, but not that Mio.
Not that Mio.
And then we get probably one of the best, like, video game villain breakdowns I think I've ever seen.
Right, the breakdown.
Like, cause Mio's like, haha, it's me, it's Mio, not M. And then N is like, wait, so hold on, so that Mio was, and then he like freaks out, and it's like it's a really good scene. Like, God, this entire sequence is just so good.
Mm-hmm.
And then we beat the hell out of him.
I don't really remember how we got out of that.
So we beat up at him, and we're like, "Yeah, we got this," but but we still have X and Shania around, and Shania's important because Shania is, I'm just gonna say, is a little bitch, and ratted out the city's location to Mobius, and they got a laser. They got that laser, that annihilation laser, that Kabesi got Magnus, and there's nothing we can do to stop about it because we're exhausted and tired after being in jail and just fighting N. And so they do it, and they shoot where the city is. But it turned out, since Mio was Mio, M was Mio this whole time, they moved, so the city's still alive. But Shania is now, at that point, Shania was dead to me for like ever, because like there's certain levels of crimes you commit where I'm like, I understand, and if you repent, you can come back from it. Trying to genocide your hometown is a crime you cannot come back.
No, and then I think she agreed because she shot herself.
No. She shot herself because she wanted
to die to become Mobius. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Did she wanted to become Mobius, or did she just want to be put into the cycle?
Well, both. She said there was a scene that said that she was like, "I'm going to join the cycle, so when I die, I can become Mobius."
Oh, did she? I was like, I don't know if she actually specifically said that or not. I just thought she was like, oh yeah, I'll just be in the cycle and I'll keep being reborn over and over again.
No, I think she had to become part of a cycle to even become Mobius for some reason.
All right, but that's fair.
Yeah. She's a dick. She's
the worst. The actual worst.
So we do that. Okay. City's fine. There's this weird fight scene with Mecha and Nia, which happens. We get access to the best talent art in the goddamn game. By the way, Noah's Lucky Seven.
I literally never used it.
So fun fact: if you do Lucky Seven with capable hands, it just happens. You just start with it, and it just makes the game terrifyingly easy.
Yeah.
The game becomes that no way from no matter what you choose, just from scaling.
No, but it's just funny. It was just funny.
I love the fact that he has one move that does launch and smash in the same move. It's the best.
What I actually like, there's one that randomly inflicts debuffs, and apparently there's this debuff called Doom, which just kills you.
What?
Yeah. There's also ways to instant kill enemies that are already damaged. It's there's just a lot happening in that set. It's just great.
Yeah.
So you get that, and then what happens? So we now can go back to and try to find the Agnes Queen, and that's what we do. We head up towards the Agnes Queen, but Mio wants to. I think there's a required
old colony or something.
We have to do a required sidetrack to Omega, where we learn that console Y.
Yep.
Major poetry nerd console. He feels like he's attempting to be in a Shakespearean play when he talks.
That's the kind of dude who has a word-a-day calendar, and he feels like if he doesn't use every word of the week in every sentence, he's just failed as a person.
That's a very good description of him. And so we go there, we discover that there's just been some colonies which feel more akin to the vaults where they're doing terrifying experiments. And so Colony Omega is one of them. They basically force grow people who have just been recently reborn into adult bodies, or I think that's what they did here.
Yeah, it's they took people and they take them straight from term 1 to term 10 in a special little pod.
And then there was Miyabi, who was also being controlled, but I don't think she was dead. I think she was just being. I don't think she's dead. Miyabi's situation there is actually confusing.
I believe. Okay, so my interpretation was she definitely died, and then Y brought her back, but something about the way he did it I feel you're supposed to, and they touch on this with Uni a lot. You're supposed to lose all of your memories between each cycle, but I have a feeling a lot more of it's there.
Yeah, it's inscribed onto the soul or something, so you remember really horrific things, just kind of, but not really.
Yeah.
And then, Mio playing her flute, kind of unlocked the, memories that she had of her interactions with that.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of also, brought back, because that was Mwamba.
There was Mwamba, and there was also Kamarabi.
Yeah.
And Kamarabi's
one?
Yeah, there was the Agnes dude who we barely met at the start who came back as well.
We did not get a lot of bonding with Hack, but he was also there. Kamarabi's is a good example of that, right? Because he kept on getting eye pains in the eye, which he stabbed himself in before he died.
Yep.
So neck pain.
Similar, yeah.
Neck pain. Yeah. Oh, neck pain was Ashera. I'm sorry.
And yeah, so that happens. We get a very broken support, and then we continue going up Agnes Castle because this was required for plot progression. And then we meet Nia, and we cry immediately when that song that plays when Nia reveals herself in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 starts playing.
Yup. Oh my god.
Needs to immediately not die.
Yeah.
Oh, I admit when she almost dies, and I didn't actually think she died because, dude, I saw her in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This girl could heal anything. Yeah. I was like, she's not dead. She's fine. They think she's dead. She's fine. But yeah, right. Actually, what happens is we have to fight Joran and Dee.
Yeah.
Yep. Dirk. Can't believe his name was Dirk.
Well, it's better than Dick, which is what we would call him, because he was a literal goddamn serial killer who Mobius was like, yeah, you could join our ranks.
Yeah, you're cool. Just hang out with us. Oh, you have a big, garage filled with bodies? That's weird.
I find it really great because apparently he was so notorious that the textbooks or like the oral history remembered him, right? Because like I think we heard about this dude, and I'm like, this guy definitely left an impact. He kind of gave me Mumcar vibes, like kind of like crazier Mumcar, but like he kind of looked a little bit like Mumcar to me.
He had like the hand blades. He had Mumkar's weapon. He had like the presence of Mumkar from Xenoblade 1 in this game, but he reminded me more personality-wise of Zord. Y'all remember Zord?
Yeah, Zord kind of went crazy. Poor man.
I liked him. I wish he was in more of Xenoblade 1. He was the first like faced Mechon that wasn't Metal Face.
Yeah,
we fought in the Ether Mines.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the one who just repeatedly refused to die.
Yeah, he had a big hammer.
Yeah,
I remember now. Yeah.
But yeah, so we do that. Joran, they fight us. Joran has a change of heart and decides to suicide when interlinked with D.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to feel sad about this.
Yeah, I was like, finally, I'm rid of this annoying side character.
I'm like, on one hand, yes, but also like I think what they're trying to get at this point is that it takes one moment of weakness to become Mobius, and you're stuck with it.
Yeah,
and
it's a big redeeming moment.
And like the people should be allowed to like not like I guess if we're going with eternity, right? Like if people want to change, you can if you're really Mobius. There's like exception. There's like one exception, kind of, side quest character, but most
we'll get to it.
Yeah, but like most of these guys, like they make their decision and now they have to live with it. Like and was stuck with it. Mia, like Em didn't even make the decision. She was basically a pawn that was brought back to life in order for En to join. Right? That's how I interpret.
Yeah, that's how I saw it as well.
And so like these guys are like it just takes one moment of weakness and now you're part of the bad guys forever. And in this case, Joran was realized that he didn't want to be part of it, and we're supposed to be sad about it, but it didn't help that he was being a dick for like
the whole game.
Yeah.
So I get what they're going at. It didn't hit with me personally. Not like I get it now, but it did hit with me personally.
I didn't really care.
Yeah, I also was like,
I was also distracted because Nia was there.
Yeah. I was like, is Nia all right? Is she okay?
And then Nia comes back, and then she pretends. I love Nia's fake queen accent. Like,
so good.
Girl, like I don't know why she's a queen, right? Like, there's probably like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 secret lore that we're gonna reveal that, but it's just like. She's like Melia, good queen, great queen. Been training for it, good knowledge. And Nia's just like pretending to sound foreign and just really supposed to kick ass. I just love it.
Oh yeah, Nia being like, oh, I gotta be queen. Like, hold on, give me a second. Yes, the history of these people. It's just the best. And like when she gets out of the pod, she's like, oh, that bloody hurt.
It's like, should I do queen again? Shit.
Yeah, it was so good.
We just kept getting the long lingering shots where all the party members like, oh, you know what to do, and it just pans on her deadpan face and she's just stood there. It was so good.
It was I was so glad we got so much more of her.
So Nia's like, yo, here's more stories, and that's when we get the whole kind of reason for why anyone who's played Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2 is like, why does this look like these two games are shoved together? Because plot twist.
This is actually the scene that I don't understand when it comes. Well, I kind of understand, but I feel like didn't follow through at the end of the game. And I will talk about it more when we get to the ending, because I feel like what the idea behind the arc, from what I understood, was that it was going to merge the two worlds back together and then restart time again, so that basically everyone would carry on the same. Because it was initially one planet, wasn't it, before it got separated into two? Mm-hmm. And Mobius had frozen the planet after the events where they collided to continue everyone's going. So I thought the arc was going to store all the memories from both worlds and then restart the time, but obviously something different happened at the end.
Yeah. So hold on. I think this was because you linked that in the Discord for us to look at, and I actually rewatched that cutscene, and then I rewatched the ending, and so I want to talk about Nia's plot exposition.
Sure.
And then all right, because this was so basically what we ended up seeing was the two worlds were kind of merging, trying to slam back into each other. After,
yes, they were initially one world, then say the two worlds were cleft in twain or whatever. Never explained how that happened, really.
Well, I mean, how that happened was
1 and 2.
Yeah, like the whole thing with claws from Xenoblade 1 and 2. So then, like, they're like, oh, the two worlds yearn for each other. So obviously, like, the split worlds are trying to combine back to each other, and somehow Melia and Nia were able to communicate
with light.
Yeah, and whatever. That's fine. It's just magic. That's not the important part. So they're like, the important part was they built a boat. It was a really nice boat. And so they built the Ark with everyone's data stored inside. And I guess like the concept was whatever the world after that, crash or whatever. Yeah, whatever that world is, the people from each world will be able to be put into the new world. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Let me just get this straight. The world that's currently being explored in Xenoblade 3, it is a like post-collision world that's being frozen by Morbius at the exact moment of collision, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the worlds have collided. And that's what I thought the Ark was going to do. It would basically reset time moving. It would reset both worlds so that they were collided, but time was still moving forward.
Right, but basically what ended up happening is instead of that, like the worlds are basically so okay, and this is the thing that like I don't think it explained, and Ronnie, you can definitely correct me here, but I don't remember. It basically just says Mobius just didn't like Zed prevented it from booting up somehow. Like the game literally uses the word somehow.
Yeah. He froze it in the exact moment of collision, but we've prevented it from booting up as a proper uniting unison of the worlds.
Yeah, and that's it. That's what we got.
Yeah, it was never explained. And we obviously got the heartfelt moment at the end, which we'll go into more detail later, where basically the two worlds separate and both Kavesi and Agnes have separated again. And I was like, wait, this isn't what's supposed to happen. What was supposed to happen was the Ark was supposed to restart the worlds, and they were supposed to be together. Was that not correct from my understanding?
No, I admit I think this part isn't well explained either, but I think what could be happening is that they collided, but eventually they were going to separate eventually. Like, we don't know how long this time place was supposed to last for, right? We don't know how long they've been stuck in it. Well, we have an idea somewhere. Like, there's been references this has been happening for like hundreds of thousands of years now, right?
Yeah.
100,000 years, I can imagine the world's re-splitting apart. So maybe this was always going to happen eventually, and just because of the time frame, like they realized it after they came out, like, oh, this time frame is when it splits apart. But I agree. I think I'm just trying to hand-wave and explain it afterwards because it wasn't really well explained. I admit when I got to the point where they're separating, I was like, I didn't think they were going to separate either.
No, well, if it's not just me that's spoiled, I think they've basically done that because they realised they wanted like a sad ending or like a melancholic ending rather than from actually what was supposed to happen.
I don't think they wanted a sad or melancholy ending. I think thematically, the idea of the future or like living, like not being stuck in the present. I think they wanted like forced growth for the theme reason. I don't think it was like sad, right?
That makes sense. But then the whole idea where they're saying this was one world and the worlds yearn to be together, that should not have been included then if that's how they wanted it to end. Because obviously, even if they have separated them at the end, surely all that's going to happen again is these two worlds still yearn for each other, and if I haven't been any longer, we're going to get this collision again, and we're going to be back to square one. Surely.
Yeah, I really don't know, honestly. That part of the ending doesn't.
I mean, that could tie into the game's concept of cycles as well. Like,
maybe,
this is a thing that will happen over and over again. Like, I don't know. That's because that would fit into
that. Then not just invalidate the whole story. Then, if we're just going to go back on the cycle again at some point.
I don't know, man.
But I think it was they mishandled that slightly in how they explained away that section, because I was very confused when I got to the ending and it separated, and I was like, wait, this was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, when I was browsing on Reddit, it seems like this was a common point of confusion with people as well. Like, it didn't feel like it was super well.
Okay, I feel a little less stupid now.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, we could argue that the common denominator on Reddit is, but
I mean, yeah, but like fair. But so like Nia explains, okay, so the worlds were colliding and then Mobius froze it, like, basically at the moment of collision, which is why the landscape is a mismatch of, Xenoblade 1 and 2 landmarks.
the whole point of, like, maybe what we were thinking about, like, they were colliding, but maybe they were always going to pass through, right? The idea of freezing at a moment of collision as stasis, right? But
that would track.
And they had to store the data for that moment of collision because that's like a major change and everything like that. But they weren't supposed to like replicate and live on. Like, you're supposed to just have that as a safe boat, and then when they unmerge after the collision was over, we would replicate it back to the end of time. That would kind of match with what was happening at the post-credit scene, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be what they were trying to go for. Like, it wasn't like, oh, permanent merger ever. Mobius made it a merger, but it wasn't supposed to be like that.
Oh, that would actually... Okay, that makes sense.
It makes sense apart from the whole, this world is supposed to be one world.
I think maybe that... I mean, honestly, that could just be, it's one line. It's
there is also that needs to be considered is when they're talking about these expositions that this has been translated, so it could also be some lost in translation stuff.
It's also the fact that Nia might not be the most helpful person. Look,
Nia, I guess there's a non-zero possibility that Nia actually was trying to say what we're trying to say, but attempting to sound like a queen made it sound different.
Oh god.
Melly has explained it to Nia. Nia has not understood it. She's trying to just tell us it anyway.
Nia's just like nodding and smiling, and then she's like, oh god, I have to explain this to people. Thousands of years ago. Okay, no, that tracks. Okay, what happens next?
We're told to find Origin shards to go into Origin.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Or we've had to find Origin shards, and then we need to upgrade the boat. Like, I think we were like, oh, we need to upgrade the boat.
Yeah, let's get
it doesn't join the party. I play internally. And yeah, so we had to go upgrade the boat. We talked to Samon. He tells us, yo, we need these materials to upgrade the boat. We get those materials to upgrade the boat. Oh no, there's a required side quest where we seek for Noah. Noah's side quest is required. So.
Oh yeah. Wait, what is Noah's side quest? I don't even remember.
We get Chris, and this is.
Oh yeah, the city capital.
Yeah, so it's in Kavesi Castle. We go to Chris, and this is one of the reasons why I wasn't sure what Xenoblade Chronicles 1's name for Zanza was, because for me, Chris looks a lot like Zanza. And
I see a resemblance. I think they're a bit different.
That's fair. I might be reaching, honestly. But it was so Chris is Mobius now for reasons. It does seem like Chris's history is interesting. It seems like he was one of the first Offseers, and he always remembered the tune. And obviously, as time goes on, music mutates and changes as people make changes or simplify or whatever. But he would always play that as his thing. But I honestly did not find Noah's side quest super impactful for Noah.
No, it was like Chris wanted to live on to see the beauty of all things, etc. Some nonsense like that. And Noah's like, why did you become Mobius? That's not very right. And it kind of felt a bit flat.
Yeah, it was not super impactful for me. I found a lot of other side quests more impactful. And
again, I think that describes Noah and Xenoblade protagonists in general.
Yeah, I mean, the coolest thing was going to the Kavesi Castle and seeing the Xenoblade Chronicles 1 mural.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that.
That I just saw that. I was like, cool. We're just gonna put that on there. Just leave it there.
Yeah, just collecting things.
But yeah, we do that, and then we either we do a salmon side quest or Samon side quest to make our boat better, and then we have a very long cutscene where we go into the Origin.
Battle with the big foggy ball.
Yep.
Foggy ball, and we go in there. And we go into Origin, and Origin is frankly very cool.
Oh yeah, it's very purple.
It's very
Yeah,
purple.
I feel the enemies are quite uninspired in there, but
The enemies were kind of boring, but like the area design is top notch.
Agreed.
Enemy design, not feeling it. Area design was very cool.
Mhm.
It, I don't know, kind of gave me, when I went in, that kind of gave me like Prison Island, World Tree vibes mixed together, which I think is fitting, honestly.
I agree.
Both of those were basically the end game dungeons, and this was the end game dungeon. And you go through there, you fight a bunch of people multiple times. You finally see Melia. Well, I thank you, Melia. Melia teleports out because she's a boss.
Do you need help to get out of it? No, I'm a badass bitch. Just do it herself.
Yep.
And she winks at Riku, which we're going to talk about later.
Yeah.
And then we keep on going. So, fun fact, I learned this.
Go on.
You don't have to fight X if you don't do Uni side quest.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because if you don't do Uni side quest, X is replaced with a bunch of generic mobs.
Interesting.
Oh.
Why would you not do Uni side quest?
Because I think they were like, well, if people can do this any order and we don't require Uni side quest, doesn't make sense for you to kill X and then go back to do the side quest, and then she appears.
Oh, that tracks.
That's what I think they did, but it's very weird. They couldn't, I think they just didn't want to make not Nia and Noah's side quest required, so they were in a weird spot there. But so X is not a required fight, but if you do, she'll fight her. And in my case, she just stood there dissipating, and I could have taken a cool photo, but I did not. And then you fight Y, and since Y is part of a required side quest chain, he's always there, so you kill him. And then you keep on going, and then you reach the amphitheater, which is a point of no return. And then it's the final battle, which is very long, and you hope you don't die because there's no save states in the middle.
Yep.
And
you played like hard, didn't you, Rani? So probably, yeah.
Huh?
You playing hard?
No, but I didn't know what level the bosses was, and I died at almost at the very end. I was like level 67 going in.
Oh, I was hilariously overleveled for all the latter stages of the game.
So yeah, I was just like, you know what, this is what bonus XP is for, so after I died, I just went back and just pushed myself up to level 70 to put a revival thing on Noah. So because my team is always 3 healers, and so they just all died in one stage, and then I was attempting to nick it out because at a certain point Nia and Melia both come into fight, and if you stand next to Nia just heals you. So I was just trying to go vibe with Nia healing me. It didn't work, but I tried. Anyway, so you do that
we
fight.
Get our giant mechs that we have to get in every JRPG.
Oh, they were so cool.
The match felt kind of weird, but I guess in theme with Veronica.
That's how it is, a JRPG. It doesn't have to fit, they just need to be there.
Yeah. But, so, the fight has multiple stages, they're kind of long. There's some cool stuff with the fight, with the heroes popping in the middle. The cutscenes were kind of interesting. But
I
overall,
didn't think it was the best final boss fight. We're getting to the gameplay section, I'll talk about it, but I thought it was a little underwhelming as a fight in general.
I think the first spot with, Zed doing stuff in the theater, I really liked that part of the fight.
We're summoning a poor audience to clap for him and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I was a big fan. I was a big fan of all that. But we beat up Zed. We could talk about the actual fight later.
How do you actually feel about Zed in general as the antagonist, the primary antagonist for the entire game?
Say again?
How do you feel about Zed in general as the antagonist? Now we've got to the point where he's about to meet his demise.
He didn't have any presence. We only ever saw him in Mobius community theater cutscenes for 90% of the game, and then we finally see him, and the party finally meets him, and it's all right,
and he dies. Yeah,
we're gonna beat him up.
He just didn't seem to be. He seemed to be a very nothing character. He was there to be the bad guy, but his motivations weren't particularly. At least personally, I didn't find them particularly interesting. I never really felt like. As he said, he had no presence throughout the game. So, like, the final fight is supposed to be this grand spectacle where you're beating a last boss. I'm like, it's just some dude who's been stood in a theater narrating for the whole game. Doesn't seem very exciting to me.
It's actually, it's kind of interesting because, like, Zanza in Xenoblade 1, like, had, like, a presence for about half the game.
But also, his was kind of a big reveal thing, wasn't it? Whereas we got Zed very early in the game, and it was just like, here's some dude who's going to monologue for half the game.
Yeah, and then because like Xenoblade 1, like the main villain we thought was Ego, and he had a presence throughout a good chunk of the game, like through
which was excellent, yeah,
Metal Face and stuff like that. And then it got like, oh, it's Zanza time, and then Zanza time. Xenoblade 2, we had Malos and Zin, Amalthus, yeah, and
Jin.
Jin.
Two different options.
Yeah, and like all the villains were very present throughout the whole thing. But yeah, like I think we almost had like an ensemble bad guy cast.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is a bad thing. Like and Zed being like the boring one among them kind of fits. Because if you think about it, it's like the opposite of the Xenoblade protagonist problem, where the main protagonist is kind of just like boring and all the side characters are interesting. So in this case, we have, a bad guy who is kind of boring, but like all of his side characters are interesting.
Apart from most of the Mobius were also quite boring.
Okay.
This is why it sounds like that Eagle was the best villain in the entirety of the Xenoblade series, because I feel like Malthus and whatever the hell are called in 2 are pretty mediocre.
Oh, I love Malthus.
He was alright, but he didn't feel like this like looming villain. Like if I compare to, I'm gonna do really
literally looms.
Yeah, well, like he's just some dude, isn't he? Who just runs around for half the game. He spends half the game answering to Jin, doesn't he? And Jin's like the one who thinks the actual bad guy, and then you get all of his backstory or whatever. But like, you compare it to like
Amalthus is like a menacing Pope guy. Like he's like you see him, the very first thing you think of when you see him is like, this is a villain. I don't know why yet, but he's definitely a bad guy. And then he does really shady stuff like half the game, and then you're like, and then he goes full like, I shall destroy the world tree, or however it is he talks, and then it's just stuff happens. Malthus was a great villain. I will not take the slander.
Disagree on that one.
Fair.
So I was thinking about this, and I'm thinking maybe what part of disconnect with Zed is that we can maybe, like, there's this idea with literature was like how you classify the main conflict of your story. I guess you could argue for Xenoblade Chronicles 3, the main conflict is like man versus society, right?
Yeah.
And Zed is kind of a representation of society, but because we're in a video game, we just can't fight society, right? We need representation.
That's fair.
And so they made Zed that representation, and he doesn't have a personality and stuff because he's more of a nebulous idea. Like, they do mention that.
That is true.
I think that's where I'm getting from. I like my like big set piece like final battles, and he just doesn't represent that.
Yeah, no, it's. I think it's like a disconnect between. It's I think maybe like a medium disconnect, because like in a story, like it might work better, but in a video game, you often want those final boss battles, right? Just like what you're going for, building for. And so they had to put it in, but it doesn't. It was hard to think of a villain that would represent that theme well, and so you kind of get like a boring Zed villain versus like some of the more iconic villains from previous games.
I also think that based on, like, again, going back to what you said, like the game does basically take a moment to be like, yeah, Zed is basically the embodiment of an idea. He's not a person; he's a concept, and so like and seeing his actions throughout the game, like he does take a bit of a passive role and lets, the Mobius community theater guys all do their thing. And so like they're all characters where he's basically the force that enables villainy as opposed to being the conductor of the villains themselves.
Yeah, the only flaw I feel like with this theory is that X and Y I think are offshoots of Zed, or more they aren't people. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, they're I feel like they're There's some sort of embodiment of his concept.
Yeah, and I don't know how they felt more like characters than Zed did, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not sure how I feel. Like, it feels like a reasonable thing, but for Z and Y, it doesn't seem to jive as well, but I'm still thinking about that. But
why is... God, it makes it even more insane that X's, like, side quest, like, Uni's side quest is optional, because... that's basically how we get introduced to X, even though X is a main force through the rest of the story.
I mean, she's
after
not
that point.
Like, she just appears there too, but she also appears with during like the end of chapter 5. She was there. She was during there for a bunch of that, so it wasn't like her only introduction. I think it was more like they were more like logically they were doing like some like minor thing of like, if you didn't see her in the side quest, you might as well not have her appear or something. But I don't know. This was there.
I wonder if they painted themselves into a corner a little bit with the lettering system, because obviously once you introduce it, you need 26 of them or however many. So here's 26 bad guys, and you got to learn all of their individual motivations, etc. So you never really get like a villain or a couple of villains to get good screen time. You get like Zed throughout, who's doing this nonsense in the theatre, but each individual one, they pop up, you bash them over the head in one fight, and they're basically gone from there. For the majority of them, there is one or two who gets more.
I mean, I don't think they did 26. Someone did.
Yeah, they didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think they actually did 26. That's what the DLC is for.
It is like 15 plus, and at that point, like, you're suffering from all. Like, half of them at this point just have these mustache twirly motivations where I like suffering, and everyone who's in my colony is going to suffer, just in a slightly different way to the other suffering. And it was like, that's not really an interesting motivation to me.
Yeah, there's a few Mobius which I really like their motivations for, but we'll probably talk about that later.
Yeah.
So I'll decide about Zed. Basically what happened. So earlier, when we fought Noah, or N earlier, and N decides to repent as well. Whatever. I don't like I just did that. I didn't really care for him repenting. And he merged with Noah briefly. And that's important because at the end of the game, when we were trying to kill Mobius, N and M appear and spirits. And they go and kill Zed. And it was very weird, and I it was kind of on the nose. But
I interpreted that less as they went to go kill him, more as like, because they were Mobius, I guess they were like the last two Mobius, and we just don't care about side quest Mobius. It's like, oh, because we are part of Zed's power, if we still exist, like, Zed can just respawn, so we have to go join the giant pile of dying Mobius stuff over there.
Voldemort will come back unless we also jump off this bridge with him.
Yeah, well, like...
Is that a Harry Potter reference that no one's going to understand?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's probably the correct way to interpret that. So they do that. We get this brief scene where they're like, FYI, if you don't want to be Mobius, we're gonna have to keep the merges of worlds are gonna separate again, which is where they kind of drop it there, and then everyone's like, no, we don't want to be Mobius, and then Noah's like, but what? It has like a brief moment of like conflict, which whatever, that's realistic, and then decides to go forward with it.
Yeah.
And then we get the saddest ending scene. I did like the fact that Noah chucked his sword into the sea. Like, I mean, I think Riku would kill him, but it was on theme. Like, as I mentioned before, Noah never really wanted to fight. So him chucking the sword into the sea is on theme with his character.
It's an excellent setup for Xenoblade 4 where someone finds it.
Well, I mean, this world doesn't exist anymore, so it's going to be hard to
You
find.
think that's going to stop him?
But and then we have this very very sad ending scene where the worlds separate, and I cried. And then we hit the credits.
Yeah, I actually really did like the scene where like the two worlds are physically separating. The two parties are like running at each other.
That's when I started crying.
It was a very cool scene. I was just very confused because that's not how I expected the arc thing to work.
Fair. Yeah, no.
Yeah, they had some dialogue before that saying the worlds were splitting, so I was ready for it. I was just confused when they mentioned that dialogue, being like, why are the worlds splitting? But after they said the world was splitting, I'm like, okay, I guess it's happening. Good luck, city people.
Yeah, yeah. It's like have fun, I guess.
And then we had the post-credit scene. So in the beginning of the game, we had a scene with Noah, Lance, Uni, and Yoren, and they're running. It looks like they're under Alchemoth, honestly, and they're running fireworks to the Queen. And what happens there is that it pauses when birds are in flight, and then there's like an explosion. And it seems like the world restarts at that time where there was a pause. Noah seems vaguely aware of it. And he's going to go back, follow his friends, and then he hears the officer music, and he runs off in the direction of the officer music. And that's where the game ends.
Yes. That was that. Yeah, you did a much better job at that than I was doing. Just throwing that out there. This is why I have guests, because I'm so bad at this.
My brain's Swiss cheese when it comes to game stories that I haven't played literally yesterday.
Finished a game about 12 hours ago, so the ending is a little fresh in my mind.
Yeah, and I've got like half of like Trails in the Sky, the third, stuck in my brain at this point, so fair enough.
So that's the main story. My personal opinions on it is that it had a good theme. The ending just felt not all there. And as we were talking about, there was definitely some conceptual ideas about the worlds merging and splitting that weren't really well explained. But I think the idea of it is a very relatable theme. You know, the idea of the people wanting to stay in the comfort of now versus going to the future, and how that's people.
I think Noah and Mio's conclusion, as we said in chapter 5, that was really strong. The rest of it is, I could take it or leave it, really.
Yeah. I think thematic, like the idea, the ideas that they're going, against, having, there's a lot of interesting themes in this game. I would say I appreciate a little bit more Xenoblade Chronicles 2 because I appreciate some of, the darker themes that they put in there, or it's each your own, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think, this game explored a lot of very interesting themes, and I was a big fan of, I would say 80% of the execution. It was also just a very comfortable game, to get through.
In what sense?
Basically what we've already said, yeah. The game peaked in the end of chapter 5. The ending didn't quite stick. The landing for me, I think the post-credits scene was really good because it does kind of show that the arc, it showed us what the arcs actually did as opposed to, I guess, what Nia assumed it did.
There's also that, yeah.
Which that's my official headcanon for how this is the poor explain. It's not bad writing, it's that Nia doesn't understand.
Sorry, I forgot. We skipped over two important things. So at the very end of the game, we see the Kavesi Queen, Melia, and Nia both go to their rooms before the world ends, right?
Yeah!
Melia goes there, and she opens up, it's apparently a painting of Alchemoth. It just looked like a generic painting to me. And the Monado is sitting behind it. And Nia, Poppy appears, which was a very pleasant surprise. I was
thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
I was thrilled for 2 seconds, Poppy.
And then we see the photo.
Oh my god.
It turns out when Rex said, "I love you" as a friend, he apparently went around on that. Because we see Rex with Pyro, Mithra, and Nia all holding children.
Yeah,
I do not remember that.
It's literally blink and you miss it. It's literally... so I like to think of it as Nia remembered that a conversation and chose the harem route. Because you could get and they did not consult Rex on this. I firmly believe that she just looked at Pyra and Mithra. She's like, "There's 2 of them now. Hold on, I have a plan." She went to those 2. It's like, "This is my plan," and then they're like, "Yeah, we're down, okay." And that's what happened. Rex was not talked to; he was told.
I prefer not to think about it because in my mind, Rex is 12 years old.
I know, right?
He definitely aged him up to make him look an adult in that picture as well. So there's and there's also Morag and Seek in the background, which is very cute.
Yeah.
And there's Stromar. So I think Tora's not in there, but I'm sorry, I don't care about Tora. I apologize.
Tora canonically built the Origin.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He did. He definitely did.
That's your fun fact of the day. That also means that Origin 100% has a maid outfit somewhere. That is a real fact that you all now, everyone who's here, has to understand and acknowledge.
Oh my god, you're right. Because the Origin could transform into a mecha.
It can. Definitely. Yep. Just gonna throw this out there. Just look at the ornamentation on its head.
Yeah. So that happened, and that is honestly not a major plot point in the game because it's not relevant to the themes. But as a person who played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, you're like, what the heck? You just toss that in there? You just toss the fact that Rex has children with 3 women? Just put that in there? Just left it?
Yeah. Imagine not having played Xenoblade 2, and then that's just like a thing you see, and you're like, huh, that's kind of weird.
I think the only way it's plot relevant is it's very obvious that Mio looks like Nia. Specifically Nia before her blade form. So it's hypothetically possible that Mio is a version of Nia's kid.
That tracks.
And there's to add to that, if you do the post game you can recruit Melia and Nia, and they play similar to how they play in their original games. Nia has this little thing where you can go and take her around and do a little discussion, and she has a thing where she attempts to talk to Mio privately about stuff. So it seems like the game's hinting that there's some sort of relationship. We don't know exactly how close of a relationship or at all, but it feels like it's obvious that Mio has some relationship to Nia.
Also, the fact that they're 2 Welsh cat girls.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing with that is it's like if you look at Nia's design, her blade design, it doesn't look as much as Mio does, right? Like it's obvious. Like if you know, like it's very obvious if you remember what Nia's original design is and look at Mio, like have a lot more similarities there.
Yeah.
Versus because like the longer ear design, she's more like a fox kitsune design with in that. So. But yeah, so that's only not majorly relevant to theme plot, but
it's very
TLDR,
important.
Rex has a harem, or was forced into a harem, whichever one you prefer.
I definitely prefer that Nia has a harem. Rex is allowed to be there.
I'm just gonna pretend it doesn't exist.
Fair enough. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that took entirely longer to go through the main story than I thought that would.
But I mean, talking through it, you're right. It's definitely a lot shorter than I felt like because you can get easily distracted with side quests, and not side quests are story related. We'll talk about that later, but or story relevant enough that they're valid. But but yeah, the talking through the main quest, it definitely feels a lot shorter than like the actual experience of playing the game.
Yeah, I definitely want to hit like at least a few of the side stories, but we don't have to hit all of them. Specifically, like the side story, I definitely want to talk about unis and.
I mean, can
we talk about the extended party before we actually talk about more quests and stuff?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we can talk about the extended party. Let's
gone like 2 hours into talking about Xenoblade, and we haven't mentioned how like Uni's the best character in the entire series.
It's true. It's very true. All right, so let's talk about the party. Because like we have Noah. Well, we could start with the protagonists, Noah and Mio. And Noah does kind of suffer from being a generic NPC, like not NPC, but like generic JRPG protag.
What a sidebar for Noah. Why does he, the only Japanese-looking character in the entire Xenoblade series, and everyone else looks like not Japanese?
I don't know.
That's a
like here's all these characters who are like British accents and Welsh accents in the dub and also, and they're all like European looking. And here's Noah who looks like the most Japanese person that they could be. They're just very odd. It's just like, is this trying like selling point for like
that.
JRPG players? It just doesn't fit.
I don't know. I just thought he was a dude with black hair. He didn't look Japanese.
Generic protag, yeah.
You'll not come across anyone who looks like him in like England or like anything like that.
I guess, yeah, like if you think about it, like he is the most like generic anime protag looking of all of the like Xenoblade characters through the 3 games, because everyone else does kind of have this like very
westernized,
Western vibe, and he does feel more Eastern like influenced. Yeah, I see it.
This is a quick sidebar. I was just going for the game. I'm like, why is he so different? He doesn't feel like the other characters.
I don't know. I did like his arc overall, but like many of the Xenoblade protags, his arc is entirely wrapped up in the female lead's arc.
Yeah, which is more interesting.
Yeah, and I guess you could argue that N is where his character arc takes place, because okay, does it ever get explained how like Noah and Mio get offshoot here?
No, that is one of the major. I don't think it does. That's still one of my major questions about the game. I think there's spitballing. There's 2 options. One, I can't think of anything.
Because I think there's just like a random offshoot, like an offhand comment that M makes. It's like, you two are our hope embodied or something. But like, yeah, but how does that put them back in the cycle?
Nope, no idea. They definitely glossed that over.
Yeah. But I think I do like Noah and Mio's relationship. I think that they did that. It's the best romance, I think, in the trilogy.
Agreed. I also think Noah's the best protag of the 3. It's kind of like shooting in a weak field, but I do think he is probably my favourite of the 3. Mainly because of his story with N as opposed to him individually.
No, I can see that.
Because N is Noah. His story is Noah's story. So if you consider N's story as well, I think it is very interesting.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I love Mio though. Mio was great.
Mio was good, yeah.
Mio's story is very good because it also like Noah's was kind of a more generic. There's some stuff about like, you know, like what he was kind of more philosophical, like what is life, things like that, with like less interest in fighting. He was kind of one of the first characters to be like kind of push against the thing from the beginning, which I found interesting. Personally. But Mio's just story is a lot more interesting because she's immediately grappling with the fact that she has 2 months to live, right? Yeah. And so that becomes like, she's like, you look at her and you love her as a character, but like everyone knows that she's gonna die soon, and it just keeps on coming up, and it just keeps on bringing those topics back in, and in the end she does die. Like, I mean, there was no way around that time limit. Like, it was just pure goddamn coincidence that there was a body duplicate that was willing to trade with her and die in her place, right?
Yeah.
And it like, I don't know. It just like there was a lot of good stuff with that, you know, like grappling with the end of your life kind of thing, which was good for her, which was good for the character, and she's just like a very good character too.
I do really always appreciate. Go ahead. I really appreciated the fact as well, like something that isn't really brought to the front in cutscenes, but you'll notice it with a lot of like the on field and in combat like lines for her. She has no patience for bad guys and villain and like just like enemies in general. Like all of her lines she just has absolutely no chill, which I think ties into the fact that she's like, she only has that, you know, short amount of time left, and she's like, all right, you're dead. And she gets I don't think we talked about this, but during Xenoblade 1 and 2, there were 2 specific cutscene tracks. Counterattack and Engage the Enemy, respectively, which are like the best cutscene tracks. I
love both those tracks and
pieces. And Xenoblade 3's version, The Weight of Life, I think it's called, only plays twice. And both times it plays, are when Mio is really mad. And that's kind of incredible. Like, she has the best cutscene music. And just like her, and she also has one of my favorite chain attack lines. What is it?
You'd have to tell me it because I am playing the Weeb language.
Oh yeah, when you do her, one of the lines when you actually do her like chain finisher is "Your fate was sealed when you rose against us."
Great line.
That is cool.
Oh my, she's so good at it. I like Mio a lot. I'm sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, like her and Noah's like combined storyline is just really good, and seeing especially the flashbacks of like M, I guess, and seeing how the evil Noah. I'm just gonna say evil Noah and evil Mio, even though that's not accurate, just because it's harder to say N and M.
That's right.
So like evil Noah basically like trapped her into the Mobius lifestyle, so to speak, by killing everyone in the city. By the way,
right.
That's
right.
That's
the whole
just normal things you do for your girl.
Yeah.
Specific choice by Mobius to do the executions at Hope's End because that was the remains of the cities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they did that on purpose as well too.
Yep. I didn't even think about that. That's true. But so yeah, like the fact that probably everyone that was in the city at that time was one of their descendants. And he had to kill them all. And then Mio finding out about that was a really raw emotional scene.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I've always preferred the more personal struggles for characters then. Like, that's the problem with getting JRPG protagonists again, is you get the fight against fate, and it's more of like a overarching worldly thing, and then you lose the character somewhere in there because they're really just a tool to deliver the plot, whereas I feel like the female characters in this game and the Xenoblade series with Nia, especially in the second game, is it's more of a personal struggle that they go through, and I find that much more interesting from a character development perspective.
Yeah, like the whole Mobius thing feels very secondary to a lot of the characters' personal journeys.
Mm-hmm.
They did a great job with, I think, all 6 of the main characters.
Giving them good. Shifted, but yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think they gave all of them a pretty good personal journey.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it, at least. Let's talk about Lawns, because I have a lot less to say about Lawns than I do other people.
I don't have almost anything to say about Lawns. He's just Rain 2.0, isn't he?
I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Is kind of our Rain stand-in. I think what's interesting about Lawns' character is he technically is a way to showcase another way of people handling with grief, right? Because he supposedly never got over the fact that Euron died, right? And
Yeah.
we got who is very much about moving forward and accepting things and trying to grow with it, and Lawns can't. And so there's some scenes with that which are kind of interesting. I appreciate Lawns' loyalty. That's a good character.
Yeah.
I like his side quest was interesting because it brought back in those people who we always saw in the cutscenes, in the early cutscenes, the people that were always.
Yeah.
And that was a cool touch to see them again and like seeing how he interacts with these people that he has such a history with, but they don't remember, because they aren't them.
Yeah.
So those are all like good touches. Like they're like I would like between like I would say Lawns and Senna are the least developed pair of the three.
For sure.
Senna was robbed in her side quest.
No, Senna was
We'll
bad.
get to that.
But Lawns' struggles was like they weren't it wasn't like yeah I think he's an interesting. He's not a bad character. He's like a solid, reliable person who is not very smart.
There, isn't he?
He's mostly just there, but he has some nice cutscenes, which are kind of useful. But
He's a good dude. I appreciate him. He's a good member of the team to round it out. I just don't think there's anything particularly notable about him.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He serves a good role, but he's not like super notable. But I appreciate the stuff that he does. Some of the stuff that he does bring to the story. So
Yeah, let's talk about Senna.
I guess what I'll mention is that the Law and Senna scene at the end of chapter 5. That was a nice scene. It was the scene where they're like, it's kind of depressing in a sense because they both don't think they're worth it, so they think that the best thing to do is a sacrifice. But it also shows their dedication to like protecting their friends and things like that. So
yeah, Senna and Lons very well complemented each other. I really liked their interactions. I really liked their
brain
dynamic.
empty combination. I love it.
Oh yeah, head empty, big hits.
Sometimes all you need is the simple things of characters. You don't need all this really complex backstory. They just need to have good interactions and be funny in the moment.
Yeah, and Senna did have a pretty reasonable backstory. She was definitely like, she felt very much like the loner, like she didn't feel like she felt fit in.
She had like the inferiority complex, didn't she, with Mia, where she just didn't think she was good enough?
Yeah.
I mean, it was established in some of those shots that basically she was ostracized by the rest of the Yagnian people, and so she kind of adopted this ganky girl personality as a way to kind of hide her emotions. They didn't delve a lot into it, but it's not a bad backstory necessarily.
Not at all.
I liked her from the design point of view, and like conceptually, just wasn't really much more to her.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when we were getting the first trailers, RayRei, you were very excited about playing as Senna, and I did end up playing as her for like 90% of the game.
I just like, in my RPGs and action RPGs, playing as the small girl with the massive weapon, all the way back from playing God Eater, where that was like the main character trait for half the people in it. It was just fun, and I like it. I'm a simple person.
Yeah, Tales of Symphonia also had that. Or no, was that Symphonia? Yeah, that was Symphonia. I forget what her name was, though.
I didn't play too many Tales games.
Oh, Tales of Symphonia. I think Tales of the Abyss also had that archetype.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
I don't remember who would be in Tales of the Abyss.
I don't remember either. Those games are so long ago.
Hello.
I didn't have anything else I was going to say about that.
I was just going to say, I do like the archetype, but when we get into the gameplay, we'll talk about how you basically don't get to play the archetype for the majority of the game, which just kind of bothered me.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's talk about Taion. I know, Ronnie, you like Taion.
Kind of a lot. I have a soft spot for kind of the tactician characters in general. And so I was already kind of appreciating him when just from the trailer because he was a tactician character. And his story is pretty interesting. We get the fact that he is overly cautious because of previous mistakes. And he does some very badass scenes with in the cutscenes. I was amazed, like the Lambda scene, like his Ouroboros transformation is just beautiful.
Oh, it was very good. Yes.
But ignoring that, he also has a lot of nice character moments as well. He can be very caring to people around him. Like what I really like what initially the Uni Taion pairing looks like is going to be very contentious and things like that. But it's really nice because as it goes on, they like find like common understanding and they kind of learn to like each other and they probably fall in love. Like it's pretty much confirmed by the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's like what I like about Taion is like he's like this kind of solid and analytical character who he's very good at like solving problems, but also has like the emotional center to like make sure that when people he's just not all logic. He has the emotional intelligence to handle things most of the time, excluding women. That's fine. None of these people know how to. They didn't have that cultural background. It's fine. Noah only has any hope because he has Ents memories. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it I don't know. I just really like him as a character. I loved his side quest was very good. It was a very solid kind of thing about like going back and like resolving some of the tension he had, but also show his kind of like ability to tactically solve issues and make things like turn things around. So there's a lot of good scenes. He's always one of the, like, if you look at cutscenes, he's one of the first, like, he and Noah are generally one of the people who are very quick on catching on things. When things are being hinted, they're often the ones that point things out pretty quickly. He and Noah have, like, oftentimes have, like, a good, like, they sometimes there's end of battle quotes where Noah talks to Tyon and they, like, have, like, some nice banter. So, I don't know. I like the character.
I think Tyon, in general has, like, one of the better, like, relationships with the party as a whole. Him and Lons definitely have, like, some friction at the beginning. But I love I think it's in Machna Forest where Lons is like, "Hey, high five," and he's like, "No," and then he just walks away.
It's really funny.
It's wonderful, but, like, I think by the end of the game, like, he does have, like, he's very thoughtful, and his side quest was, I would say it's in, like, the top half of the side quests for me, like the side stories for me.
Yeah, I'm not much of a dude character, like, enjoy, I guess is the way I'd say it, but I thought time was pretty good, to be honest. Like, it's all internal psychological conflict you had going throughout the game, and trying to break out of it and connect with the people around him. I thought it was quite an interesting dynamic. How relatable.
Yeah,
he definitely had to be broken out of the shell.
And I guess it works at least period with Uni, because Uni, or we're going to probably segue talking about Uni anyway. Uni is very, a very, I don't want to say aggressive, outspoken.
She's definitely aggressive.
Like, more outspoken. Like, she knows what she wants. She will tell it to other people. And at the same time, she has those moments of vulnerability, and Tyon's really good at, like, helping her in those moments of vulnerability. Yeah. While Uni's very good at prodding him out to, like, to help him also.
Pulling him out of his shell.
They have probably my favorite dynamic in the game.
It's very something natural that you could envision seeing in the real world as well. I think it's just well-written characters, so you can see that this is something that could happen. It makes it more believable.
Yeah. I love Uni though. Just she is my favorite character in this game again by far. I think RayRei agrees with me.
She's literally the only person in the entire series who actually sounds like an English person might actually sound in real life. It's amazing. I love it. She legitimately just could be a person you find, like, walking around the streets of England. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
I just love the fact, like, 90% of her exclamations are like "Queen's beans" and stuff like that.
Yeah, you get a bit less of that in England. They're usually much more expletive, but yeah, it fit the mold.
Can we talk about the swearing in this game for a few seconds?
It was cool for a while. It got a bit tiresome, I always found.
I really liked the, like, fake profanities that they were using, like snuffing, like sparks, stuff like that. Well, hold on. There's a reason for it. They talk about, like, the flame of life and, like, the flame clocks and all that, and all of the fake profanity revolves around fire. And a lot of and it's interesting because a lot of our profanity is, like, revolving around bodily functions, where theirs revolves around fire because they just aren't aware of sex as a concept. But you get into people from the city and you'll hear a lot of them use, like, normal profanities.
Well, I can tell you, one of the reasons that it's a bit weird for me is that in English language, I don't know what it's like in the States, but people will litter their sentences with, like, profanity, and your brain kind of filters them out, so it's just, like, there. But when it's in-game and they're using replacement words, your brain doesn't filter it out just the same, even though it makes perfect sense as a replacement word. So it's just this weird disconnect that gets a bit odd at that after some time.
That tracks. I just wanted to point that out because someone pointed that out to me, and I was like, oh, that's actually kind of genius.
It is, yeah. I like that.
Yes.
So
go ahead.
From a book perspective, like, if you think about literally world building, oftentimes swears is one of those things you think about because how we determine what's valid for swearing is often dependent on, like, our culture and what we consider as, like, swear worthy, right? So I found it really good. Like, I mean, it's possible like it was a way around censorship or limiting that and all that stuff. But like the fact that the swears are very much connected to the fact, like as you mentioned, fire, or like talking about the queens, because those are like very large central figures in both the cultures and things like that. Like I think that was a good world building way to kind of like emphasize what matters to these characters. Like they don't care about sex. They don't really care about poop. They don't care about those. What they're worried about is fire, because that's what keeps them alive.
Yeah.
In mirror society, this is going to sound really, really corny as well, yeah, in society. But in some societies, usually the people at the bottom end of the chain who tend to swear more and put words in, whereas it completely reflects what they are in Xenoblade as well. They are the working class people at the bottom of the chain fighting and kill each other, and that's just how people like that speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uni, though. Like... Hold on, we got I distracted us with talking about swearing, and then we could talk
it's
about
very
Uni.
relevant to you.
Yes, it's very relevant to Uni.
I love her.
I just love that she just has some of the best like lines and delivery in the game. Like the voice actress for Uni, whose name escapes me right now, which makes me kind of upset, just absolutely nailed it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like she had like kind of that budding friendship / romance with Tyon, and that was really good. But her side story, and like her side story like kind of kicks off during the main quest.
I mean,
it's definitely one of the most lore-filled.
Yeah, she has
side stories like are basically completing things that aren't generally relevant to the main quest, but are plot points that people, at least for the main story, the main cast, are things that that people would have questions about, right?
Yeah.
Like Noah's Mio's, yeah, it's going to Colony Omega. That was kind of a big backstory thing. That was right. Lons is kind of covered, like his brief with Joran, as well as talking about some of the people that we saw in cutscenes, and we're kind of wondering what happened to them, and then we get like that they died and now they're back. And Senna's we'll talk about later.
Yeah, we'll get to Senna's.
Tyon's was basically his backstory with Nimue, which was really nice and cool.
Yes.
And then Uni's is what we're going to talk about right now.
Yes, so like Uni's side story deals with the fact that like we found her own husk early in the story, and that also ties in with the gold clock mystery as well, where we find the wreckage of a Faranis with a gold clock, and in front of it is Uni's husk looking terrified.
Yeah.
And she ends up having like this crazy like she starts getting real bad anxieties about a lot of stuff, especially during their interactions with D, who we learned is the one who killed her in that cycle.
Yeah.
Like a break in her facade, isn't it, really? It's quite interesting.
Say again?
It's like finally the break in her outgoing facade, like this is the character, the depth that we to.
Yeah, it's and that is kind of like the first time we see her like not in this, aggressive, full of bravado mode where she's like really genuinely like scared.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very different. Being like it's a very different mode for her, and then we see that get brought up. I think hers probably has the most intersection with the main story. So Uni like has this like breakdown like periodically, and it pops up throughout the story. Like she'll have like flashes of it, or she'll like be holding the name tag, and it's really fascinating. And then at some point we come across her side story. I think you actually have to go to a specific like kind of out of the way area to access it, and then we find another colony with a golden flame clock. That's our first introduction to X, most likely. Second introduction.
Well, first, you can actually, so Reddit says you can actually do Uni's side quest before you see X, and the line changes slightly. If you've seen X before, it's like, it's X! And if you haven't seen X before, they're like, who is this? That
makes sense.
But but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, but we see them like basically mopping up, finishing the job of ending a gold colony.
Yeah.
And that gives Uni some more flashbacks, and then she gets more like development in this like lore, or like this backstory of hers gets even more development during the whole Ethel situation with Ethel's in the city. I believe. I feel like that's accurate.
Don't really remember much about her in the city.
Talking about Uni?
Well, yeah, like Uni's like basically in the front line of that, like Ethel, like getting like, because that's more like Kamaravi side quest stuff, I guess. But like, I distinctly remember her. No. It was before that, because Ethel was in the pod.
Yeah. So yeah. Uni has a moment with Monica in front of Ethel's pod where Monica's like, and she's like, yeah, I know. The thing that Uni side quest is interesting because before they're basically that's the side quest is when she explicitly tells everyone, probably Tyon, but Tyon probably had an idea what was going on because he seemed to recognize when she was getting affected. He might not know the exact thing, but something. But that the Uni side quest is when she explicitly tells them that, hey, I saw my husk and it was dead, and everyone's like, why did you tell us before? So before that, like only people who knew were like Monica, maybe Shira. But if you think about it, it makes sense for why Uni's some of Uni's S support hero classes are people who are connected to people dying like that.
Yeah, like Gray and Shara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we segue? Take this moment to talk about heroes.
One thing about Uni side quest is that it hammers a point that like if for some reason you thought that this world was salvageable. It isn't, because the whole point is that they're fighting for a fake cause, right? Like at the end, when they reach top, what meets them is not success and glory, but death. And so it just kind of basically hammers the point in that this cycle is not beneficial for anyone who is in it, other than Mobius.
Yes, that's
suffering
true.
Suffering is stacked on top of suffering.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because and I think Uni's. Yeah, like I said, like I think Uni's is definitely like the most lore. It's not. It doesn't affect like the main plot, but it definitely gives us a lot of good of like the lore of the world and how it functions.
Mm-hmm.
It really hammers home that it's the same people in the same cycle. This is literally her dead in a previous cycle as a husk, and it just really hammers home a lot of the key points of the things. I think it ties it all nicely in a smaller, shorter format in her side story.
Yeah, and I think D has a comment in the fight at the castle where he's basically like mentions, he's like, I've got a few of you or something like that. I might have made that up. I'm not gonna lie.
I do vaguely remember D recognizing that she seems to be more scared of him for reasons, but I don't know if he figured out that she remembered or something like that. Yeah. I wouldn't think D would remember killing her, let's be real. D's killed too many people. He does not remember.
There's plenty of heads in that shed that he keeps them.
Yeah. The shed of heads. Such a cool place that please never show us in DLC. For the love of God. It's so, like, on one hand,
was a hero in the DLC?
Who knows? DLC is Dirk's Happy Murder Adventure. Why not?
Oh God.
Anything else about Uni or the main cast before we start talking about heroes?
Do you want to talk about Senna's side quest later or now?
You know what? We could talk about Senna's side quest now. Senna's side quest, better known as the Shiana Variety Hour. Oh boy.
I remember almost nothing about it.
Oh boy.
Basically, Senna's side quest is basically wrapping up the plot point with Shania. Shania becomes Mobius. She comes in, hits the city, and then we defeat her. If you're wondering Senna, it doesn't.
That's probably why I don't remember
though. Cause Senna's like, I'm not like you, even though I said we were the same earlier.
Yeah.
Because you're evil and I'm not. It also tries to like redeem Shania, which I absolutely was not. I was not on board.
No. People, I would accept. So Joran's redemption, more willing to accept now that I'm past the fact where I'm fighting with him. And redemption, hard to accept. But the time since he did commit genocide and now is probably significant enough that there's hypothetical growth to maybe make that okay. Shania's redemption is just no. She tried to commit genocide like 2 hours ago.
It wasn't even 2 hours ago. It was like literally currently happening.
Oh yeah, she also was trying to commit genocide during the actual story as well. That's true.
Look, she's 0 for 2. Just throwing that out there.
So I think the only so if I wanted to say how this relates to Senna. Shania had a major inferiority complex, but she also had external pressure from her parents to go. It seems like she had an older sister, and she shouldn't have been going into the military university because she was a great artist.
I mean, Shania's mom wins the worst mom in any video game series ever award, surely.
She's up there. She's definitely up there.
She's pretty awful.
She's up there, yeah.
And so she had all these external pressures, and she never felt she was good enough. And Senna has a similar background that she never felt good enough. She just was pressured by other people and stuff like that. And the difference was how they reacted to it, I guess. And I think that's why they wanted to do that comparison. But there wasn't enough in that side story, I would say, to make it feel like Senna's. It really felt more like Shania's or even Gondor's, honestly.
Because Shania or Gondor were like definitely the focus. I would argue that there's like something in there, and like Yoren's also touches on this, where like artists are basically like not functional in this world. Like you can like being an artist doesn't the world itself is too utilitarian to allow artists to exist or be happy.
Well, and so I'll let you know, there is one side quest in the game where you actually find an artist and get them to like do paintings and stuff like that. It's a whole mini chain for it.
It seems like the city's different though. Like we got novels and things like that, so I don't think it applies like for the colonies. Yeah, I agree. If Senna was showing like artistic talent in colonies, and I would feel that was reasonable. But it feels like in the city, like we see people having reasonable careers in artistic things.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I don't know. That's a valid point. Oh yeah, like Boomer's side quest. How could we forget Boomer?
There's a side quest where there's a person who's writing a novel. We try to sell a painting in the city, and there's apparently a large enough market to sell art, right? Oh. That's a side quest from that's in the Kabesi Castle region, so that you might not know.
But they're all still part of a cycle, and they are still like in the same world. I know they're not like a distant colony, but they're still part of it.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
The city is just a weird region, right? Because they're not they don't reborn. They don't have a reborn thing, right? So they when they live, they die. That's just what it is. And what that means is that, like, I think, but they have an army, but they're more like it's a voluntary. It's not conscriptive, right? So I think there's just it might be more like a warring state where there might be pressure for people to join an army. But it's like they still accept that, like there's, as they mentioned, like the politics of the city is complex. There's people in there who don't want to be fighting or want to go more isolationist and things like that. So I don't know. I just feel like if Shania was in a colony and was showing the struggle, I would be more sympathetic for her. But she was in this, and the city has options. She didn't feel like she had options because of her parents and other things like that. And that's sad, but that's why you go to therapy.
Well, I think it's mostly her mom. I think her dad was supportive of it. We got like that 1 second is where he's like, why don't you try this? And he hands her the brush. But like her dad died, and then she just had her terrible mom.
Yeah, again, therapy is what I would suggest therapy for video game characters, but I feel like that was the answer for Shania before she went to try to kill people.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, so Senna's side story is Shania, please see a therapist. Thank you.
And that's why it's been cast into the dark, distant memory.
Yeah. As far as like the heroes, like obviously, like we had like some of the main ones. We've touched on a few of them. Like Ethel was a. I like Ethel.
I like Ethel. It just was. She was there at the start. She was there at the end. And we had a massive bit of her where she didn't exist.
Yeah, that's actually really fair. I don't know. I liked her and Kamaravi's like. Can you call it a relationship?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
So if they weren't in the colonies, they would be romantically entangled.
Yes.
They're codependents.
Codependently beating the crap out of each other.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I really liked their thing, and I liked the fact that like their. Well, I guess we'll talk about both of them because like Kamaravi and Ethel, like their death, midway through the game, put a really weird set of motivations on the party because they definitely like misinterpreted the lesson that they were trying to impart.
I don't think they were trying to impart any lesson. They just wanted to fight each other.
Okay.
So, I just think that sequence was kind of dumb, if I'm honest.
So Ethel was like, had a throwaway like, see what our lives burn out to do or something. And then the party is like, why would you want to die like that?
It was cool. Don't get me wrong.
It was such a good moment. But like the party definitely took away the wrong things from that. Which caused problems later.
It kind of makes sense in the sense that the parties just realize their whole life is death and killing, and they don't want to die anymore, right? They have a person in there who's literally reaching the end of their lifespan. They're like, "Why do you want to die?" And at that point, the party. I'm not sure if they ever get to this point, honestly, but at that point, the party's like, "Why? I don't understand the value of choosing death." And I think the game is kind of against that, honestly. Like, I think. Like, we accept, like, that's the lesson that Ethel and Kamari are trying to impart, but I don't know if the game necessarily agrees with it, considering how other characters who, like, are, like, dealing with, like, their pending death or, like, their feelings of death are kind of treated. I'm just thinking of Shara, mostly.
I mean, the big irony for Kamarabi's Big Mo when he tears out his eye and says, I will be free from control, that a minute later he decides to fight with Ethel and get himself killed, putting him right back in the cycle again, back to square one.
He knew about the cycle.
He didn't know, but it's ironic now what we know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the heroes, like, a lot of the characters in general, their stories revolve around the fact, like, it's interesting to look at their stories from the perspective of knowing the cycle always would continue, like like in a world where the main characters don't succeed, right? Like, let's say, you know, chapter 5 ended in a completely different way.
They didn't, did they? That's the point. They've gone around this cycle lots of times, and at no point has anyone broken free from it.
Yeah, that is true. So like their stories just like have been repeating over and over and over because we assume that the characters are pretty much, you know, similar through each cycle. Like Yorin touches on that. He's like, I was always the loser, or ever as he talked, and you don't know what it's like to, if you a worm, if you want to fly like a bird like you, and like he and I think that's kind of why all the Mobius cast who, you know, come from the cycle are all screwed up because they all have every loop's memory, so they kind of get it, right? Like, it's inevitable.
I mean, that would psychologically destroy you, isn't it, if you found out that you've been through this cycle dying over and over and over and over again for all this time?
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of them are nutters, you know? And
that's fair.
It's actually even weirder. That makes Shania's case even weirder because she wasn't in the cycle. She's just got her one set of memories. She's
just naive, isn't she? She's a naive girl who wanted power, and that was the only way she could really attain it.
Yeah.
If we're considering the theme of how the story ends, Shania is basically the person who's internal Mobius and who wants the endless now, just sees that and it's like, that's the correct answer for me, right? She's like, I don't care that the cycle exists. I just want myself to exist in this form forever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she made that decision.
Yeah. And her like special Mobius power, because I think every like Mobius has like a special power of some variety.
Yeah.
Hers was like being able to freeze things in place.
Yep.
And so that was very
Honestly, I thought she was going to be a shapeshifter when I first saw her in the things, but I was happy just wanted to freeze people in shape.
She turns into Gondor.
Yeah,
that would be so cool.
She kept on changing to people. I thought that was a hint that she was going to be a shapeshifter. But
I like that we actually got to see her morb. That made me happy. I don't know why. She had like the crazy deadly twin tail thing going on in her Mobius.
Definitely one of the more unique designs.
Yeah. It was nice. I was a big fan. 10 out of 10. We never got to see her helmet, though. I wanted to see her stupid helmet design. That's an aside, though. Like, none of the helmets... Okay, like, 2 of the helmets looked good. But, like...
That's generous.
Yeah. Well, like, X's helmet was pretty sweet. But, like...
I remember Y being quite cool. Vaguely think.
I guess that's fair. I just think a lot of the helmets looked really generic and kind of chunky and stupid, but I wanted to see Shania's helmet, but we never got to see it because we already knew who she was.
Yeah.
Ugh. Sorry, that's my aside. What were we talking about? Ethel?
Heroes.
Ethel.
Is Ashura the only person in the series who actually can remember each cycle who's in the cycle?
The only one that's mentioned explicitly.
Yeah.
Ashura's probably the most interesting hero of them all, then.
The realization that she can remember her deaths and feels the death of her decapitation really kind of recontextualizes her character a lot. Because it makes her from like a person who doesn't care about death to being like escaping pain, and which is kind of a more understandable motive, honestly.
Yeah,
she was just seeking a death on her own terms that was less painful than the one she usually receives.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like she's clearly one of those kinds of people who, before the homecoming thing, like she was probably one of those people who definitely made it to term 10 a lot. So she got and her being too hyper competent, too good at combat, like
only made us more suffering.
Yeah. And wanting to escape that, and just like not being in pain the whole time. I get that. Like, her side story is hard to get into without getting like entirely too dark, because her entire side story and motivation basically revolves around the concept of suicide.
Yeah. That's true.
She also gets Uni with it the whole time.
Yeah, and Uni, and it made sense in her Ascension quest a lot more. Like once we learn that she has all the memories of her past cycles, like it makes more sense why Uni was the inheritor for her class.
Yeah, I was really mad when Uni got her class, because gameplay wise it doesn't make sense, but from a story perspective it's actually pretty fantastic given how similar the characters were throughout the most part. Yeah,
because they both like kind of ended up they have a very similar experience, but they came to different conclusions.
Yeah, they both got this like outer armor, but within quite vulnerable because of the past experiences and knowledge of the death, and they all come to different conclusions for it.
Yeah, and I don't know. Shara was her like lieutenants and like the side quests you have to do to get to her Ascension quest were actually pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of like. Go ahead.
Scrolling down the heroes. The impactful heroes for me.
Teach was really cool if you did his thingy.
Teach
was cool.
Wait, not Teach.
From what the hints they give about his backstory.
I mean, did you do the side quest in the later game where basically they tell you his backstory, where he was the commander of basically a merciless colony that went round and they would murder literally every person that they ever met, and they made it to like silver or gold, and he had this nickname where he was like the harbinger of death. And apparently you then get a later quest if you finish both his and Ashura's hero story, where they actually have met on the battlefield in previous lives and Ashura recognises him, and Teach has that thing, like you're inscribed into my soul, that we are like mortal enemies or something like that. It's quite cool.
That's very. I did not do side quest because that was.
No, it was quite deep and had quite a lot of prerequisites.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
So for heroes that stand out to me story-wise, we got Trident. Trident plays a pretty interesting role in the story.
Mm-hmm.
I love the concept. I love the concept of just a Mobius. He's like, I'm a pirate now.
Yeah, Trident's hilarious.
It makes me wonder, you were saying before about the people that have gone crazy that have been going through the cycle. It's no wonder. Maybe the fact that he was made a Mobius at an old age meant that he hadn't gone around the cycle so many times and he'd lived a long time, so maybe that was one of the reasons he was sane and could make those decisions.
I guess it's fair.
I mean, one thing about Trident is that he doesn't remember a lot, so maybe he just forgets things.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, and that amnesia serves to save his sanity in some sense.
Yeah.
Head empty, only piracy.
Only piracy. What else? So Ethel Kamarabi.
That's interesting enough.
Interesting story. Like, they're interested in the story thing. Miyabi is interesting as a story thing.
Yeah. Did we talk about Miyabi, like, earlier when we were talking about Miyabi?
I think we did.
Yeah, I loved her Ascension quest.
Her Ascension quest is very precious.
The cooking competition was wonderful. I loved it.
He gave you a bunch of recipes too, which is fun.
Oh yeah.
What else?
I liked Fiona's whole deal where they were a colony that was essentially separated from the warring and the battles, and this is what it was almost like a Lord of the Flies type deal where they were left to fend for themselves and they started turning on each other, and then they had a traitor war on their inside and they had to deal with that and how they would move forward as a colony from that. I thought that was quite a little interesting, small side story set within the larger picture.
Oh, Colony Moo stuff?
Yeah.
I like Fiona's side quest mostly because I found the console there to be the most interesting because it just kind of emphasized that they could be their actual people.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Like the fact that was it Irma? Was that her name? So she's like console higher.
Irma.
So Irma was just always there as a friend, and then she was, and then we would later go to her console hideout and discover that she was doing all these console things, and these were both the same sides of this person who was existing among the colony. And I just found that a really as a console concept, I really like that interesting.
Yeah. I
it was better than the mustache twirling evil consoles. It actually had a bit more into it.
Mm-hmm.
I found Colony News just interesting because it just felt like a bunch of children pretending to be a colony, and they were basically kind of semi-supported by Irma, who was protecting them from the worst of it. Somehow, she pitied them. The motives, I don't feel I mean, I don't think even Fiona understands what her motives were. It's not clear. I don't know if it was super clear in game. I feel like that was on purpose.
My interpretation of the Colony Mew situation was Irma obviously had other colonies, and it shows us that an individual console probably takes care of more than one colony. Mm-hmm. And I think that Colony Mew was kind of her quote unquote safe space. She was, it's the place that she could retreat to, even though she has to do all this other terrible stuff. Colony Mew was kind of a place that she kind of cultivated to be, this is somewhere she can belong and be just a normal person again. And that's kind of why everyone there's kind of naive. It's definitely separated. And Irma probably made sure, hey, other colony people don't come here. Just she probably kept the bulk of that away.
Mm-hmm.
That was at least my interpretation, going back and thinking about it. And I think that's there was a lot of I don't know. It was interesting. I'm sorry, I'm rambling this sentence on.
I think it was definitely one of the more interesting side quests just for how it conceptualized the consoles. Mm-hmm. But other than that, For the heroes, like a lot of heroes, like they were kind of relevant. Like Izzard was interesting because of like his relationship with Ty.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a major interesting background other than that. Alexandria is actually, I do have to say, Alexandria's Ascension quest, like, damn, that put a new spin on Alexandria.
Oh wow, yes, it did.
So that's like some of these characters, like their initial adoption isn't super interesting. Some of them don't go much off beyond that. Like I would say Baldy is cute, and because he's a lad who builds robots.
Zayan is a guy with a shield. He likes to protect his colony.
And potatoes. You forgot the potatoes.
Yep.
Oh, and the rain gotcha. The most money I spent in the whole dang game.
Did you not do the prison building for Seguro?
I didn't finish it. Oh, okay, so
that was like 500,000 gold or whatever it was.
Oh my God, I was sitting at like 1 million.
Interesting thing, just because it showed like the efforts that the Mobius were doing to keep this war on, right? Because I remember in the summary, God knows how long ago now, I mentioned that we had to fight assassins, and the assassins that we fought were actually from Sierra's colony, and there's side quests along the way that we fight them again and again. And basically, guys were basically making sure the conflict continued the way that Mobius wanted. And it also kind of, it was like already, like if you think about it in a sense, like the colony system is kind of already child soldiers. Well, these are more explicit child soldiers. These are like literally like what the people in colonies would consider children being soldiers. And so like we had these child soldiers going around basically committing crimes in order to keep the war going. And like I think one thing that the hero quest did was to kind of show the influence that Mobius had. Like Alexandria was like, hey, Collectopedia cards show that these guys are keeping this war on for a purpose, right? And we got Sagiri's to show another thing that they're doing. Miyabi's quest show like some other things that they were doing to try to keep like fighting forces.
The cycle going,
There's a lot of the like these side quests which kind of just show that this war is like ever compensating and like the efforts that Mobius will do for that.
The Juniper side quest where their Mobius was repeatedly getting them killed by animal invasions or whatever because they were succeeding too much at farming, etc., and expanding their colony.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We did get a weirdly large amount of, this is how the logistics of this war is working.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it.
I really appreciate that kind of stuff in these games. It conceptualizes and provides more like evidence to why things are the way they are.
Yeah, it just hit me. I'm like, we do know a lot about the actual logistics and economics of how this functioned.
You know who we haven't talked about who's a really cool hero and probably one of the most important characters in the game? Monica.
Yeah.
Monica, I think she's a really, really good character, being essentially the only adult in a world full of children. I think it's a really interesting concept.
Yeah, that's true. Monica is really interesting because of that.
I agree.
I think she like embodies and develops on some of the more mature themes about being an adult and having responsibility and looking after people, that important themes that the characters, the main party, need to grow into and understand to if they are going to move forward. I thought it was really well done.
Both Gray and Monica kind of touch on those in different ways, right? Gray, like, when you meet him, you don't know he's from the city, and then when you go to the city, it's like, surprise, I'm from the city, and we're like, cool. And like, I think Gray's quest is kind of interesting because it's kind of like about trust. I don't know, like trusting people that you love and like knowing their backs and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like there's that's kind of a theme that, like, I don't know. It feels like both those are like kind of more adult themes that the cast doesn't necessarily have to deal with. So
yeah. Shout outs to Gray's wife.
Shout out to Gray's wife.
And shout outs to Uni with the best question to Gray's wife. Do y'all got any babies?
The best question ever.
The best.
We appreciate
it. Uni's great. Anyway, no, No, I agree with this. This is, Monica had a lot of... She was involved in a lot of side stories, too.
She's very influential to the game story.
Yeah, she's in a ton of side content.
Yeah, there's a lot of city content which deals with the city's politics. So Monica appears a lot with that, with the conservative faction, which doesn't want to be in the war, contact. Monica's faction being more supportive of the war and things like that. And so there's actually a decent amount of side quests on like on the city's politics, and I always imagine Tyler has a little notebook writing this down and like drawing all that stuff. Because it's amazing how much they go into it.
I was also a very large fan of the fact that the city side quests feel so different from everything else in the game because it's almost exclusively dealing with like inter-city, like faction politics.
Yeah.
And it's such a cool difference between that and like the colonies are like, we're starving because we're not getting food from castle, or however it is they talk.
Yeah, it's like even this world torn by war and starvation and famine, there's still people who are sitting in high chairs arguing about whether they should do this or that when they're perfectly fine.
Yeah. It does seem like the city is in a better off position economically compared to the other colonies. But like even like there was some like nice like inter colony stuff as well. With I mean, we joke about the spuds, but there was a spud side quest.
The potato side quest was amazing.
It was fine if we didn't have to go back like 20 times.
Yeah, seeing everyone thinking that Colony 30 is this dangerous thing when we're all just like Baldi's just like running around with like no thoughts in his head, only
head empty, only robot friends.
Basically, like when I was doing Alexandria's quest, he's like, "I found a friend," and then Alexandria's like, "No, they're trying to poison."
He's like, she's like, "This is stuff," and he's just like, "Brain empty."
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, the reveal that Alexandria like poisoned the previous leader like was really fascinating because you have this like woman who's definitely like, I will do some evil for the greater good. Kind of thing, and you have to be, and then you have to like balance her morals and motivations out. Like, okay, like this game's side content's really good.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm just.
I always prefer like the smaller individual character stories in these kind of games. I thought this game really delivered on that in pretty much every regard.
Yeah, and we said this, probably like an hour and a half ago or something, but like this game is more concerned about like the individual character stories. The main plot is mostly a vehicle to get us to those moments.
Yeah, agreed.
Were there any other heroes we wanted to talk about?
There is one that we probably also could have mentioned during main party. Have you got anything to say about Riku and Manana?
No.
Oh, right. So I only have taught. So Riku are interesting characters. So they're kind of interesting because what are the two things I want to say? They're kind of representations of the Nopon in the game, and they're the only Nopon that we really have many interactions with, and even then they're very
slander.
There's not a lot of them, and I wonder if it's like maybe that's just because they didn't have space for it, but maybe it's also on purpose. Like they're very much focused on their roles, and we were talking earlier about how Nopon seem to kind of try to be separate from humans. And there's been like a lot of different scenes like in there that indicate like Nopons are different. Like for instance, in the first scene when Ethel has her iris hijacked, so that she sees the main cast as monsters, it doesn't work on a Nopon. So you just see a bunch of like black shadowy things and just two Nopons standing there. And I wonder, like, that was part of the reason where she's like, what the heck? Why are there just two Nopon just standing there?
I forgot about that.
Nopon and the ghosts.
So we have that, right? And we got the fact that the Nopon seem to have, like, this ability to craft origin metal. Which might, if we're saying that origin was crafted by Tora, it could make sense. Maybe Tora passes information along to his Nopon buddies, who are also obsessed with maids, who knows? And then we also get like these, and like Manana just seems pretty solidly like a normal cook. Like she doesn't seem to have any.
She's there to provide the food buffs. That didn't work.
They work. To be fair, if you're listening to this, the food buffs work now.
Yes, praise be the functional food. Thank you.
But Riku seems to have more depth, right? Because he's obviously one of the smiths. He was the one who gave Noah the sword. He seems to know Melia. There has to be a reason why they winked at each other. That's just out of nowhere. He just seems to have more knowledge about a lot of different things versus Manana.
Is this where if we go and trail through like 50 hours of Xenoblade 2 side quests, we learn that Riku is going to be the son of the what's his face from that?
Oh, you think
Maybe.
I mean, in this could be hilarious. So in Future Connected, we have two Nopon buddies that are both Riku's children. One of them is named Kino. So maybe it's like one of the I don't remember.
Oh my
I forgot the girl's
god.
name. It could be possible. So like not knowing the timelines of this stuff very well, but it could hypothetically be possible that like Riku is somehow like secretly Kino.
That would be hilarious.
And that's how Melia knows him.
Also, Riku has a voice you do not expect to come out of an Nopon. That's why I'd mentioned that.
Oh my god, yeah, the first time I heard him speak was like so disarming. It was
I was playing Japanese, and I tried to put on your stream, and I'm like, what is this voice? It's like some deep voice. I'm like, that's not Nopon, seriously.
That was voiced by the English voice acting directors. They're like, we're gonna give him deep voice, and we're all like, thank you.
Yes, please, thank you. I loved it, but like it definitely caught me off guard the first couple times. But then I got used to it.
When he spoke, I was like, "What? This is not a Nopon voice." I'm sorry. But we do see Nopon with facial hair in this game. I don't remember if they were there in previous games.
Yeah, because the chief pawn from Xenoblade 1 had the weird mustache and beard thing.
You're right.
I remember.
Dunga, right?
Yeah, that guy. And the chairman Bana, I thought had facial hair.
Tora's dad had facial hair. They always have so much facial hair.
Yeah.
I can't believe this was a topic of conversation. Do not have facial hair.
Yeah, dude. Look, these are not the details we remember until we talk about them. This is the kind of quality content you've come 4 hours into a video for.
But yeah, so it just seems like the Nopon themselves, like, they feels like their roles a little bit different. And Riku and Manana were like a way to kind of get a look into that, I guess.
Yeah.
To be fair, like in Riku and Manana's Ascension quest, it felt more like a Manana Ascension quest, but some more Riku, and I feel like that was on purpose, like because I feel like if we did a Riku Ascension quest, I've been like discovering he's a smith and the deeper secrets of this game, and they didn't want to do that. So
you got some of that if you actually completed the 7 smiths. You find out he's the final smith, and then you can do all that nonsense with talks about it.
Yeah, and I think that the Riku and Manana Ascension quest is required for that, so
yeah, it is actually because one of the smiths are locked behind it. So
yeah, so it makes sense that like their Ascension quest is mostly Manana, and then Riku's got his side quest is probably linked to that more or less.
Yeah.
I liked the concept of having like the two heroes in one. I did like that as a concept. I just thought it was really weird because they're canonically always with us.
Yeah.
Except, and then sometimes, they're with us, but also in combat.
Yeah. I'll take it that maybe Manana's too busy cooking and Riku is just hiding in a corner. Not hiding in a corner, doing some very important mechanical work when they're not in the party.
Yes. I mean, you're saying that, but canonically, every hero you recruit is always with us. So technically, it would be a big, massive battle every time we ever got into fight with anyone, because they all say, "Oh, I'm leaving the colony to go with these people now," don't they?
I guess it's fair. I mean, I just like the concept that we've just gone around to every colony and kidnapped their commanders.
That's pretty cool.
Like every colony that isn't literally a wasteland by the time we leave it, we have stolen their commander.
We didn't steal a commander for the Lost Colony.
That's true.
That, you know what? That's fair. That is true.
Now I've got some weird headcanon where every cutscene there's going to be Gray hiding in the background behind a pillar, just looking out every 2 seconds because he's following us the whole time.
Just brooding in a corner. He's like, "Oi, get over here. Need you to talk to me about how many babies you got at home." I'm trying to think. Are there any other heroes?
I'm sure we've missed one, and someone will be pointing out in the comments that their favourite hero is missed, but there you go.
It's okay, your favourite hero's wrong.
We're not talking about the post-game heroes, right?
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, we talked about Nia and Melee somewhat already.
We've talked about them, like, in their main story, but I know nothing about their post-game quests. That should be on. That's going to be on my to-do list.
I think on everyone that's we didn't really go a lot to well, we talked about Trident. Yeah, I think we did everything.
Yeah. All right. Super. Oh, and I should also point out this is before Wave 2 of the expansion passes out, so we don't have any of the DLC heroes to talk about.
No.
If I ever, if we ever, in like a year and a half get the big DLC story and I do that and I do a retrospective on it, then we can talk about like that kind of stuff then. It's fine.
Getting another defender class, that's all that matters.
It's true. There's a defender class and it's somewhere we can use all of our ether on her. That's the important part.
Beautiful.
Finally, so use for ether. So we've talked about the heroes. We've talked about the pro tags. Have we talked about Mobius? We've talked about them interchangeably. Is there anything we want to talk about Mobius? Like any of the Mobius we haven't talked about?
I don't remember because they all merge into one.
Yeah,
I think so. I think we covered all the Mobius. Like we talked about Chris, we talked about Jorah, we talked about Deep, we talked about Irma. And that was the most introduced Mobius. We talked briefly about Trident. I don't think there's anyone else major we want to chat about.
All right. Are there any other side characters that we want to mention that weren't like in that? Shout outs to Travis.
Travis the bro. Travis is Monica's lieutenant.
Yeah. I just love Travis because we have all these characters with just such weird names. And it's just Travis.
Travis is cool for two reasons. One, he gives you random stuff for freeing colonies.
Mm-hmm.
And two, this poor man has to deal with the fact that Monica threw all her workload on him when she joined our party.
Yep. And then he has to babysit young Ethel for until we decide to not make her small anymore. Hold on, did we talk about that? That was such a weird thing. It's like, do you want to take Ethel, who is a first termer, and make her into an adult Ethel?
Yes, she has my smash. I need it. Thank you very much.
It's weird because it feels like it should be an impactful choice, but if you don't make this choice, this whole class is locked to you at level 10, right?
My class has my smash. I need it.
So
use the smash from the other.
I can't because you can't use that on Senna's Ogre because it's the same thing.
Yeah, so the level 20 Saber, the Ethel's class lets you do the smash on Senna, which is really reactions.
Oh no, you're right. Oh, that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really a choice. It's like a choice, but it's not a choice because if you know that this is basically if you don't do this, you don't get access to further classes, and you want to use level 20 class. Heck, I want a level 20 Saber on Noah because I want a 100% capable ham, so I could spam his goddamn battle art at the beginning of battle.
Not only does when we get to the gameplay, we'll talk about it more. Not only does she have the smash, she has one of the best inheritable skills on the power charge as well. So you kind of really do need a class.
Yeah. So it just becomes a gameplay choice rather than an actual story choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just I also just find it very strange that we take someone who's that young and just basically yep, you've got a year to live now. Which
it does. It feels like she agrees to it, but does she really understand it at the same time?
Yeah,
it's a very weird choice in the end. In the end, it doesn't matter if the world separated and we all go back to where we were, but it's still weird.
Oh yeah, and that's hold on. I don't think we discussed this because or obviously with Mio, her term limit was very eminent, but the rest of the party's still obviously stuck in that, and that's the way they ended it was basically the only way they could have, because without saying, oh, everyone's magically no longer stuck to 10 years. Or, elaborating on the, oh, they lived to 80 subplot. Everyone was going to die relatively soon.
Yeah.
There could not have been a happily ever after ending. Is I guess the Cliff's Notes of that. I think we've covered all the story and character stuff though.
Speaking of choices, what about the most non-important but also important choice of them all? Short or long-haired Mio?
Oh my god.
There's only one correct answer.
Yes.
Short
know I
hair,
made it-
obviously. You are
I-
wrong in your long-hairedness.
You're not wrong.
Daddy, please back me up, please.
Ronnie?
Wait, what did you say? Long or short hair?
What did you go with?
Oh, I went with short hair because she asked for it.
Yes, thank you.
And like, if you don't want to take care of long hair, yeah, just cut it off. Long hair's a pain in the ass sometimes. I get
It
it.
is.
Indeed. I
As
can't believe
someone with
as
long
someone
hair.
with long hair yourself, you made her suffer through that.
Look,
Yeah, as soon as she's like, yeah, this is just a pain in the ass, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna, like, I get, like, it's also, like I kind of get this weird, like, whole body owning thing, but it's also, like, in the end, it was a gift, and just you're living in it now. You should have, it's, if you really want to go back to long hair, eventually you can grow it out again, you know?
yeah, look, I'm allowed to be wrong. All right?
Nope.
I hold that right as the host of this round table.
I'll let you have it.
Thank you. I understand. Like, the long hair decision is definitely, like, the one that she does not want. But it just looked so good. Okay, if we would have been able to keep the armor, it would have made me a lot happier, because I was like, oh, long hair Mia with the armor, let's go.
You can, I mean, if you didn't know this, you can always just switch back in the options.
Oh,
I looked, I didn't
did not know
find
that.
it.
It should be there. I'll see if I can. But there's no option just to switch between long and short hair. It's in like the setting options, not like in like on the character page.
Oh.
Have you not considered how practicable it is? Like, they're fighting all the time. She's doing loads of flips in her Zephyr class. How can she have long hair? She won't be able to see anything.
I mean,
Fair.
to be fair, we have Ethel who has really long hair.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Ethel just stabs things in front of her, though.
Fair
But
enough. But yes,
Yeah,
I chose
yeah.
long hair. Short hair is probably A, canon, and B. Actually, hold on. Are the pre-rendered cutscenes after that, do they have long or short hair?
I don't know.
think
They
it's
all have
probably-
short hair for me, but I picked short
Yeah.
hair. So
I'm gonna
I
have
don't
to
know.
like go look. I'm gonna have to like watch my footage. That's really
They-
interesting thing.
If anyone watching wants to know, just go and click on the video in the recommended at the end.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
They might have rendered 2 ones for that. I mean, there wasn't that many cutscenes after that, right?
That's actually
No.
pretty fair. Yeah, because like the big chunk of pre-rendered stuff happens like right before that choice. That's okay. One last like. Well, I guess we can talk about that in gameplay. I was going to talk about costumes, but we can talk about that in gameplay.
Costumes are fun.
Yeah. Let's talk about. Let's go to music next. And we'll try to go faster.
Okay, I have nothing to say about music. I don't remember any of it.
Yes. Yeah, music's gonna be really fast. I just wanted to really quickly talk about the flute. The fact that so much of the music utilizes flutes.
Okay.
And they made the flutes. Like Mio and Noah's flutes, they physically crafted those flutes, and those are the flutes you hear in the soundtrack.
Amazing.
What, you're talking about in game, out game? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
like out of game. They like the
Oh,
Neo
okay.
and like they physically made those 2 flutes, like based
I
off of the
see.
design in the game, and those are the flutes that you hear in the soundtrack.
Like woodwind, or like did they
Yeah.
actually make
I mean,
the
they're
ones?
flutes.
Yeah, like they like there's pictures of them. Editor
cool.
Eric put pictures of those flutes from that thing in here. Editor Eric hates.
Yeah, give yourself more
Eric.
work to do now.
I know. I missed one thing in the last retrospective that I told Editor Eric to do, and it was
This
pointed
still
out to me.
bothers you.
Yeah, something skill issue. Anyway, yeah, the music in this game was very like the area music was very forgettable. I think the combat music was really good though.
The chain attack music was really good. That's about all I remember.
The chain attack music is one of those things that both gives you the feeling of and actually gives you incredible, overwhelming power. I love it. It's my favorite.
They incorporated a flute into a lot of the music. That was a nice touch.
Yeah.
I would say chain attack music, the Agnes battle music, that stuck out to me. Weight of Life is really good, but like a lot of things which I noticed, like I think I mentioned this briefly, is that there's a lot of some of the music pulls a lot heavily from older games. So like there's music that has like even Weight of Life had like counterattack and engage the enemy motifs in there. And so like it makes sense like with the story, right? Like it kind of makes sense why you have music that has influences of both.
Yes.
It kind of makes it hard for me to be like, this is a good piece by itself because I can hear both those things. So like the flute music and like chain attack are the ones I would probably point to as things I like. And I guess Mobius is different enough that
the Mobius combat music and like Mobius community theater theme was I remember those two. Again, I just love the fact that the Mobius combat theme is like basically any other game's final boss music, and it's used so often.
It's really weird because like I just finished the game recently, and I can't tell you what the ending music was for that final battle, but I can still tell you what Mobius music.
Oh god, yeah. That's actually wild now that I'm thinking about it.
Literally the only music I can remember from almost any video game ever is the Wherewithal of Light from Trails. And it's still stuck in my head, even though you finished that game however long ago.
Oh, dude! I hummed that tune all the time. It's the da 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 da.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make you stop me trying to hum it.
Yeah, I know. I love that. Xenoblade is a series that like it has a lot of very good tracks, but I do believe Xenoblade 1 had the strongest overall OST, at least as far as memorability goes. The You Shall Know Our Names like series is obviously like the strongest combat theme between the three games, though. I think we can all kind of agree on that.
I have no opinions on music. I'm a heathen who just never remembers any of it.
Alright. Well, then we can talk about gameplay. Hooray!
Oh, baby!
Oh boy, let's talk about combat.
Combat itself is excellent, I will say. The core gameplay systems for combat with the fusion arts, the driver combos, the chain attacks, basically everything is pretty fantastic conceptually. They've definitely made it better from game to game, and it's kind of like culminated in a really, really good battle system.
This is the best battle system of the three games.
I agree. It's also really nice because unlike in 2, it actually opens up relatively early.
I'd say Xenoblade 1 was about 20 hours, 25 hours. Xenoblade 2 was similar. I think this one, you don't really fully unlock it until you get the ability to use fusion arts, where you can use arts from both sides together, because it then means you can cancel, because before that you can't actually cancel art into art, which is really annoying. I think that's about 10 to 15 hours, so it's not quite as late as previous years. It still sucks that you can't just do that from the start, but it's better than the previous ones.
Yeah, definitely. Because, like, art canceling as well in 2, if you remember correctly, it's an unlockable skill.
Yep.
That was usually one of the more expensive ones.
It was pure suffering before, that's all I can say.
Yeah. But yeah, the combat system opened up really quickly, I think, and it feels so good.
Yeah. I will say I feel like the break launch smash combo feels a little worse in this game compared to the last game. I'm not really sure why I feel that way. I feel like maybe partially because it's harder to do for the first 70 hours of the game, because you just don't have access to enough skills to really get it to work that often. And then by the time you get to the end of the game, you start having problems with the enemies having really high resistances to break and stuff like that. So unless you're running specific classes, it can be hard to do. But it's actually really fun when you pull it off. It just feels a bit less impactful than the last game.
I think the problem is that they tied the extra item drops to the burst combo.
Yeah, that was always the same in the previous games too.
Well, in 2...
Well, no, it was Smash, it was Smash in the previous games, yeah.
I mean, one thing which is cool about the combat is that they did a concerted effort to make Xenoblade Chronicle 1 and 2 stuff in there, right? So
Yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicles 1's path is break, topple, days, and then they added burst at the end because they want to have a 4-piece thing to mirror it.
Mhm.
And then Xenoblade 2 is break, topple, launch, smash.
Yes.
And they basically do 2 different things to make sure why they're valid. And like we have the Xenoblade Chronicle 1 characters, or who are the Kavesi region. All those guys have timer-based cooldowns because that's how it was in the game. And then Agnes ones all have art recharge cooldowns because that's how it was in that game.
Yeah.
So it's like I think the thing is like we don't really get access. Like if you look at how we have our options to like topple and launch and things like that, it's kind of hard to do early game because you don't have access to all those arts or you're not on the right people or whatever. So it's kind of hard. Then you kind of get it, and then it's like it really depends on on how your art build, how your arts are set up, and what classes you're running and things like that. And by end game, when you have all that flexibility, then you have, as RayRei mentioned, that people have high resistance to break and stuff like that. So that means you can't inflict as much. I think it's like their attempt to balance it because topple locking was a major way to cheat.
Attempt is the key word in that sentence because Xenoblade combat is not and has never been remotely balanced. It's the most broken thing ever in this game.
Maybe they just didn't want people to keep on topple locking people. I don't know because
she can't do it by the time you get to endgame. By the way, once you get over with a break brute, she can't just topple lock and launch and smash them forever. I do that on my
Here's something as well that I think that a lot of people don't notice. The first break is always the hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah. They specifically made I think every break art is specifically an attacker side break, right? So you have to always be on the side to inflict break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also once you've broken an enemy once, I think this might just be me feeling like this is the case, but once you've broken an enemy once, I feel like it's much easier to break them the second time. I feel like all of their resistances fall off.
I think what it is the further you get into battle, the more your arts start rotating quicker. So if you miss your first break, if it's on your initial panel, because you only have 3 skills available immediately, it feels like you're just not doing anything for ages because you're waiting for all your cooldowns to come back up. But if you miss a break at however many into the fight, by then you've got 5 other arts to use and you can rotate back into your other skills and you don't really notice it as much. I think it's probably a bit of placebo effect because the numbers don't change.
Maybe, I guess. I just feel like once I've connected with the first one, I'll miss the first 3 and then the 4th one connects and then I connect consecutively after that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that could just be placebo effect.
You also have noticed in your party tend to run break on a lot of characters, so if you miss a break halfway through, your other characters probably have their breakup, so it just tends to happen anyway.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't I have the entire break launch to break topple launch combo on all 6 characters?
Well, yeah, the break chance when you actually get to the end game and you're doing the bosses, the break chance for ogres 80%. The break chance for all your classes is 20, so it's just a wasted slot on a lot of characters if you're looking at efficiency point of view.
I guess that's fair. Look, I put launch on every single healer, and I have never been punished.
Launch on healer is great because it's good for chain attacks because you can launch them without having to go over your bar. It's really good.
I also like that burst and smash do opposing things to the enraged state.
Yeah.
Because burst will remove enraged or move the enraged thing further towards the end of the HP bar, and then smash will move enrage forward or reactivate it if burst has knocked it out.
Yeah.
And I thought that was neat.
It's definitely a neat idea, yeah. I don't know how practical that burst will be in the late game aside from farming, because in terms of general usage, smash just does loads of damage, and why burst something when you can kill it except for farming, so it's here or there.
I mean, I feel like burst, the enraged state, gives them a ton of resistance. Mm-hmm. So, burst, going through a burst combo is a way of, removing a ton of resistances, I guess. I guess it depends on what you're doing the chain attack for. If you're doing the chain attack for, farming, Yeah, if you're doing the chain attack, like, to actually try to kill something, then you're probably going to want to try to burst to remove the resistance, because then you can get more damage in.
That's true.
At the same time, you almost, like, you look at the smash and how just the stupid amount of damage you can get out of a smash. And it might not be worth it. It might legitimately just not be worth it. I don't know the numbers.
Yeah, I spent a non-trivial amount of time, because one of the things I like about these games is essentially finding the solution for the game, and some of the downsides you have to Xenoblade is once you actually start to try and do the meta things, the game very quickly becomes trivialized, even on some of the harder difficulties, because they are intrinsically the game isn't very balanced. Once you go to chain, you can chain attack something from 90% HP in a state where you're invulnerable and you can't take damage, and you get to do what you want, and you can just kill the enemy. It is quite absurd in terms of scaling that way.
Yeah, you can I definitely have had bosses where I'm like, oh, I'll do a chain attack early so I can, do 2 chain attacks, just get a good chunk of its bar down. And I was at like 70, 80 HP, and then I murdered the stupid thing accidentally.
I mean, it's not something that's happened in Xenoblade 3. I mentioned way back when at Xenoblade 1, the final boss, I just killed it in 3 chain attacks. It's always been that way.
Yeah, I don't mind that, though.
No, it's the thing is, it's fun, and that's what games are supposed to be. Yeah. It's just, if you're the kind of player who also wants a bit of challenge in their game, it can be a bit difficult. Which is why Fire Emblem is one of my favourite RPGs, is because the game has loads of fun moments like you get from chain attacks, but if you really want to challenge yourself and bump up the difficulties, it's balanced in such a way that it's both challenging and fun without being, like, lame, which Xenoblade 2 had a problem with, where the scaling in Xenoblade 2, when you change the difficulties up, was the most ridiculous thing, where it would just make your arts cooldowns longer and you'd take debuffs for longer, and it was just not fun anymore.
Yeah. What did we think about, like, the actual, like, using Ouroboros in combat?
It was fine. I mean, I didn't use it often, but it was a nice touch as an option. Like, if your characters were about to die, you could use it and, like, hope that your healers can get back, get some extra damage. If I play as Tyon, since I play as Tyon, hilariously enough, I often wouldn't use Tyon's Ouroboros form just because of how debuffs are in this game. So I often just with Uni, just be buffing and healing, and then use her. I'm just thinking about the end game. End game, everyone's Mobius, and Uni's Ouroboros thing does extra damage against Mobius.
Yep.
So like, sometimes it's a good way to get some extra damage. There's some interesting stuff, like Senna Mobius form can inflict break on normal attacks. So that's one thing that you could use, and use that to get a combo. Yeah, it's one of her skills, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
it is. Although Lance has break on a skill, which is pretty high chance, and he can also do the break topple launch combo from his finisher. So
a lot of Senna are very good at kind of doing that combo. Meow and Noah don't really have like a very clear niche in my mind. Like they have some support capabilities. Meow has an interesting art on Ouroboros that extends the duration of a reaction thing, like a break topple launch.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, like, I would say, as an Ouroboros thing, like the both Lons and Senna have a pretty clear theme. Neo, Tyon, and Uni have a clear theme. Mio and Noah don't as much.
Yeah, I really liked that Uni basically had a move that could revive the party, but it ended. It like put you into cooldown.
It's an interesting move. I never put it on my Uni, but it's definitely an option for people who want it.
It definitely got me out of a tricky situation in the final boss.
Ouroboros is really just another one of those buttons that they introduced to give you more power with no drawback. I mean, again, you're invincible during it. It's not like you're not spending half by invincible in chain attacks or whatever. It's not the most balanced thing, but it was certainly fun.
It's interesting, too, because, like, yeah, you're not taking damage if you're in Ouroboros form. And like Ronnie said, the AI actually uses Ouroboros to try to like save low HP characters.
I turn that off.
You can turn that off. That's an option to turn off. Some people like to manually control their Ouroboros but I didn't want to think about that, so I just kept it on auto.
Yeah, same. I think it's interesting because bosses, especially near the back half of the game, straight up have moves that will just wipe out the party. Like, if you're not morbing or doing an ult, like, you will die.
I've not really noticed that.
Well, that's because you were probably using things that make you invincible.
Probably because I was
Or chain
hilariously
attacking
overleveled for most of the
90%.
game.
Yeah. Like, or just chain attacking 90% of their HP away. Like, but like a lot of bosses just have moves where it's like, all right, this are you standing in this cone? Cool. Die. Like, and I don't know, I feel like it balanced out.
It certainly would if the aforementioned options of top-hole locking the enemy or being in a chain attack or being an Ouroboros didn't exist, because at the end of the day, you're doing those things, you can't take damage.
Yeah.
I think one thing which I like about the combat is that there's definitely there's probably a meta way, but there's still a lot of reasonable alternate ways to build your teams as well.
Oh, yeah,
It's very flexible. I think that's one of the strengths of this of the new systems. They basically stole the Fire Emblem inheritance system, didn't they, from classes? And what's to say about it? It's an excellent system, and that's why it's done Fire Emblem so well over the years. It gives you characters flexibility, it allows team building and diverse strategies, which is a really fun thing in video games. I think it's excellent.
Oh yeah,
We just
and having
messed up when it came to the inheritance part of getting each class with the XP and CP system.
Yeah, getting classes on characters, especially if you're overleveled, is very painful.
Say if you're not overleveled, it's not painful.
Oh, it's really good at the start of the game, and then at the end of the game when you fight certain enemies, but you go through a massive portion of the game. This only applies if you're actually more of a completionist and you're actually doing side quests, etc., or if you kill a lot of mobs. There are ways where you could basically speedrun the main story and not fight half the mobs in a game. You probably wouldn't notice this as much. It depends on your playstyle, but this is, for me, the number one complaint with Xenoblade, and it's such a big complaint that it single-handedly takes what could have been one of the best JRPGs of all time, or maybe even fighting with Trails, in my opinion, for some of the best RPGs of all time, to something that it kills a huge amount of the experience, because not only are you not being able to enjoy the variety of the classes because you can't get them on people, a lot of the big important fights that you do that are supposed to be these like epic encounters end up much easier because you're over-leveled. You'll go to areas where you've not been before, and enemies are 40, 50 levels under you because of problems with maps, which we'll probably talk about later. And it's just, this area was not fun for me because I didn't get to explore it properly because I was over-leveled the whole time, and it killed a lot of the experience.
See, I ended up being in like the kind of boat where I was over-leveled for a good chunk, but not like comically over-leveled. So only like the last few classes did I actually have a big struggle getting onto everyone. I did kind of luck out with getting a ton of classes before a big story segment, and then getting basically all of the classes up to that point unlocked.
Helps that someone told you to do that beforehand because they made the mistake of not doing it.
Yeah, I did have the benefit of other people's hindsight.
Yeah.
If you could lower your level at camp at the if that was not like post game locked, and you could like adjust your level at any time, I think that would be that would basically be the solution to that problem.
Well, there is a solution, and it's already in game, and there's lots of games that I always suggest that this should be a thing for, and it's very rarely employed, and that's just simple level scaling for the mobs. And there is level scaling in the game, because when you're running around the overworld, you'll get Agnes and Kavesi forces that, like, basically the more colonies you destroy, there'll be more of them, and they scale to your level, so you'll be running around in low-level zones, and there'll be high-level enemies there. And they could have made that standard for every zone, which meant that basically anytime you wanted to... There were also minor down points that were basically saying, if you go to what would be a low-level zone, you have to start fighting stuff, and that can be annoying. But it also means in a game as large as Xenoblade, is no matter where you go, you'll have engaging combat because you'll be the same level as the enemies.
That was a decision they made on purpose, because, one of the points of Xenoblade is you go into low-level... One of the points which might be contentious is you go into a low-level area and you see that level 80 monster walking by you, and you die because you accidentally aggro. Or you don't because you know that's territorial rougher and you get the shit away from it. And having level scaling kind of ruins that kind of experience of like going into worlds, seeing levels and seeing creatures of different areas, knowing that it's a risk reward for going to certain map sections, things like that. I think that's a design choice that they made, and they were willing to do it with the Kavesi mobs because they are more isolated. They're individual aspects that you can kind of run around and avoid is better.
you can always do level scaling up rather than level scaling necessarily down, so you can still have the same experience where you're going to an area that's level 30 and have level 80 mobs in there. You just won't have the experience that when you're going into when you're level 80 and you go into things that though will be way under.
Yeah, I think though, like I get what Ronnie's trying to say here, because basically it's a design philosophy, not like oh, they could have done it this way, like but like one is not better than the other, because again, like Xenoblade is basically like known as the game where, oh, we're dropping a level 80 enemy in this level 1 zone, and you can go back to earlier areas and you don't have to deal with aggro once you're a certain level higher than anything, or like when things that are higher level than you know, they have a better range of vision on you because, you know, they're just that much stronger. And there's an interesting tension that design choice gives, because you can try, and I did this all the time. I'm like, I'm going to stealth my way through this area that I have no business being in.
I agree that the design choice is legitimate. You just can't have it coexisting with the way that they implemented the CP and class unlock systems. If they were going to have that kind of thing, they needed to remove the reduction in CP gain for fighting things that are lower level than you.
Yeah, and I think that's really where the change could have been. Or just let us frickin' use the no-pawn coins to unlock them.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is like the simplest thing, which they would be like this, which should hopefully be like if we were like, if you could make this modification, do it in one day or in a week with testing, it would be just, I don't know why they did the lowering your level post game, right? Like they could have just had game, and that would solve the issue. Like you go to area, you'd be like overlevel, be like, well, shit, and then you just lower your level if you wanted to. And then if you're done, you would like, and it would just restock it and stuff like that. Like,
and again, like I guess I did have the benefit of like not having other people's foresight to be like, hey, make sure you go get these hero classes. So I was able to unlock like 90% of them.
I went into that 3-hour cutscene without Alexandria's hero class, without the Triton class, without the flag class, Fiona's class. I literally didn't have like 4 classes I could have had at that point, and it sucked because it meant that the ones I had were maxed out, and then by the time I did get the later ones, I couldn't unlock them. And like in a game where the map's not good and stuff like that, it really sucked some of the enjoyment out for me, which is a shame.
You know, we've talked about the map. Yeah, we've talked about the map. We've mentioned the map a couple times. Let's talk about the map.
I hate maps in Xenoblade. What can I say? They refuse to give you good quality of life from maps and Collectopedia and side quests and item collecting.
Ronnie?
So are fine. They're not the worst maps. There's some decent amount of customization you can do to show things up. I don't like the fact that elevation isn't shown. That always bothers me.
Yeah.
But
it's not terrible. Like, I mean, they're fine.
Exclamation points not showing unless you're both in that zone and have a specific class with you at that time can be kind of frustrating if you're trying to look for unlocks for stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that the way that they handled hero quests is bad. I wouldn't say that's a map problem. I just think that's just a bad philosophy for handling how the heroes were handled.
Yeah.
I didn't mind having question marks for like representing quest things. I think that was fine.
Yeah, it's standard, isn't it?
It was like there's like a few cases where it might be not great, but like they're decent reminders. Like when I was like, do I need to level up Doric? I could go talk to Mr. Question Mark in the level not Doric, whatever the Colony 30 long ass robot side quest is, right? There's that. There's a side quest in Colony Mu involving raising Armu.
That's always there. Yeah, I hate it.
And like that's the thing I have to work on. It's on there, and so it's like sometimes I'm fine with it. It's like I think they're not great design wise. Like I'm just gonna say for the menu, for the like I like how just for them like it's related to the map in a sense, but they kind of tried to make it so it looks like it's like your iris map. So I kind of like that, like on a visual idea. But like I'm just kind of indifferent to the maps. They're not the worst maps. They're not the best maps. There could be some improvements, but they're fine.
I'll agree with that. My main gripe is lack of elevation. The fact that I will never have the Etrian Sea map fully filled out. It's just gonna have a bunch of lines all over the place, and that's gonna drive me insane. Because the maps don't autofill at any point.
So I've heard that they should autofill if you find old locations and landmarks.
See, I tested that.
I feel like I have all of them.
I actually tested that with there's a sub area that had like 4 locations, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Let's test this, and it did not autofill.
Okay.
Mixed things about this. I don't know. I thought I had a map autofill for me once, but I honestly don't remember. So
it's fair. It's my one tiny microscopic complaint. Oh, and the fact that we can't change areas when we use the area map shortcut. That drives me a little crazy.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
that's annoying. It's that's like
but that's like a UI menuing problem.
How do you guys feel about the game asking you to collect items for side quests and not giving you absolutely any indication where they are?
I hate that.
Because I've argued with people in like forums and Twitch chat and stuff like that where I'm saying I do not want to spend X amount of hours of my life trying to track down this one item that could be anywhere in like a massive scrolling open world JRPG, and they're going, oh, it's part of the experience, and I'm just like, that is a massive waste of time and not fun for anyone.
Do you know they actually had a solution to that problem in Xenoblade 1, the Collectopedia?
They did, but it was still limited. It gave you the area, but not like exact or whatever.
Yeah, but like at least it gives you that, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And with the Collectopedia cards, they could have, worked on that. I don't know.
Why do more games not just give you a BC area and a collectible list where if you found one of the items or fought one of the items before, or fought one of the animals before, it would list them in there and where you fought them, just like Trails does. And I can't say how much I appreciate Trails' like adventuring book. It's so good, and every game should do it.
It is a very high quality item. But no, I don't know. That I don't like having to look at a wiki.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of a game. Like if it's like the game's like, hey, go find this thing, and in order to find this thing, I either have to have a photographic memory or go look up a wiki,
or have Twitch chat tell you,
or just have Twitch chat tell me. Yeah.
I have spent easily over 10 hours between Xenoblade 2 and 3 combined with my phone out googling item names on like stuff to where to find them.
Yeah,
which just shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, and that's just like, it's just a frustration I have with a lot of different video games, and I don't expect them to, fix that in every game I play, but it's fun. We have something here about field skills and traversal and map size. Like, this world was pretty big.
The field skills are fine in this game. Honestly,
they're better than 2, where you had to keep changing blades every time you needed to do something.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 major important field skills are forced unlocks, and then the other 2 are kind of optional useful things, which you can find if you do the minimum. Well, one of them you can find it with, like, I would say minimal amount of exploration because it's behind Teach, and that's, I would feel like going back to explore Colony 9 is a reasonable thing that many people would do. They're like, head back, and if you head back in that direction, you kind of stumble upon the Teach quest. The security quest is like a nice to have one, and so it's okay. I think it's kind of behind a little bit more of a complicated one. It's not, but it's. I would also say it's defensible to say that should be easier to get, but there's not too many areas with poison in this game, so it doesn't have as major of an impact. So I would say the unlocks for the field skill, and the fact that as soon as you get them, they're officially unlocked is fine.
They're just artificial ways they gate off areas that they don't want you to go in, and I'm fine with that. It's not really much more to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it allows them to put like later game areas into early game maps.
Yeah,
without having to put level 80 giant monkey in the way.
Agreed.
Not that we don't appreciate level 80 giant monkey, but
we do love the level 80 giant monkey in this house. It is true.
In terms of map size, I appreciate a big map. It gives you a sense of adventure. It can be annoying when you have to get stuff, but that's just a given in an open world game. So I don't really have a. I don't think it was significantly bad like some other games I've played. I think it's just fine.
I think there were a good amount of like warp points though.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, Xenoblade has always been a very large game, and so I expect a large map from it. And one thing which I do appreciate is that they made it that unique monsters are now are places you can teleport to. So
That's nice.
Two benefits, right? One, you can easily revisit them again because they're on the map. And two, if you're like, I don't have a teleport point nearby, but there's a unique monster which I can pretty sure I can defeat, you just create your own teleport point.
Yeah, it's cool.
So
I'm the Soul Hacker.
Yeah. I'm going to be unlocking some Soul Hacker stuff.
Soul Hacker's
great.
But
it apparently has some really neat like arts.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool conceptually. There's some hidden stuff where a lot of the skills upgrade once you do certain hidden stuff, which is again a UI / quality of life problem.
It's not really hidden. Like, you can pull up the list of the Soul Hacker arts and skills, and it'll show you the requirements.
Oh, does it? I've not seen that anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You go to the hero menu, you press like Y. They mentioned it when they introduced the Soul Hacker class.
That's just skipping through menus.
It tells you the arts. It tells you which. If you haven't unlocked the art, it'll say what the name of the monster is, and if you've seen it or if battled it before. Mm-hmm. And if you haven't seen it, it'll just tell you the general area where the monster is in the level.
Yeah, that's actually something I really like. Is you don't have to have beaten the monster for it to be in the list, and if you have just seen it, like all you have to do is you have to have its name pop up in the UI, and then it'll be like, yeah, that one. Go. It's right there. Go get it.
Yeah. Plus, if you have a Soul Hacker like skill equipped or a Soul Hacker in your group, and you run into a new unique monster, it has a special icon to indicate you can take it. I think overall they did a very good job with the Soul Hacker UI.
Yeah, I think it's like very. It's very, for how complicated it can be. It's broken down pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Did we talk about like classes in general?
We didn't. I don't know if we do, but I guess we can, because I mean we need to talk about the best healer class in the game, obviously.
Signifier?
Signifier, yes.
Yeah, Signifier.
They finally did it, guys. They finally did it. They broke healer classes.
Yay!
The Signifier best healer class, the class that doesn't heal, yeah, that one.
Yeah. To be fair, there is a skill in Signifier which says if you have a buff, you do some healing.
Yeah.
So,
and that's why it's the best healer class.
We have every buff in the game.
Yeah. It's amazing. God, just having two of those is just one of the silliest thing in the entire world. I love it.
You know, we talked about Xenoblade and balancing before. Yeah, this is a premium example of their excellent display of balancing. Just have every buff in the game infinitely.
Yes, because that's fun.
That at all.
Exactly. Look,
I'm taking it honestly.
Yeah, they made debuffs bad, so buffs could be good.
Yep.
So
which is a shame because it makes all the debuff classes bad, but yeah.
Related to classes, like they did, so like we kind of briefly skimmed over, but they did a few things to kind of like make it so that certain classes are preferred for different characters, right? They had like the growth curve, right? Like if it's S, A, B, C, D, and that's how fast you gain levels on it. And then later game, you get the ability to upgrade the weapons of your original classes, which makes it so that the characters' original classes are best on those original characters, which is why Senna's the best.
Yes.
Uni is the best medic healer. Mio is the best Zephyr, etc., etc.
Yeah. I love the class system in the game. As I say, it's pulled straight from Fire Emblem type deal, so it's just an excellent system. That's proven to
like it. It's enough that you can do your own customization to a point, but if you want to, like, you know, be more optimal in certain ways or focus on certain things, like there's ways that are kind of benefit that as well. So it's like there's like a little bit of an emphasis for, like, you know, going a certain way, but you can also ignore it and it's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, more
defenders,
one thing
that sucks about. Oh yeah, definitely more defenders. That's another thing that does suck about it. But there is one thing that really sucks about it that's not really thought about is the fact that you start at level 10 on your starter class. So immediately they're like, "Well, here's Senna she uses a hammer. Please don't use that class for the next 70 hours until you can get her to upgrade quest and we've got her through all the other stuff." Which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, like basically you very rarely until the end of the game you don't ever have anyone in their like base class. And
Yeah.
Mhm.
if you were excited to be like, "Oh, small girl, big hammer" for like a whole game, like
Yeah,
we
no.
were. Um it's disappointing in a way, but I really enjoyed like having a constant like rotating class.
I did. It keeps it fresh.
Yeah.
Just the limitation of the choices unnecessarily, I think.
It
Mhm.
was a little, there was a lot of micromanagement that was a little frustrating, but like then I found out that there was like an auto assign thing that was like not terrible.
Yeah, it's not bad. I've got no
Yeah.
complaints about it. I like to play optimally because I'm the kind of person who likes to play Fire Emblem and solve the puzzle, but the auto suggestions are pretty good.
I had to I
It also saves your loadouts as well if you need to go in and out.
That is really nice. It does save them, and that's okay. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing after level 50 when you have all the slots unlocked. And it's a bad thing if you go into an earlier a class that you haven't used since level 50 and you just don't think about it. And so you're walking in with like no fusion arts.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's got a sorting item for the menu, the accessory menu as well. I don't know if I mentioned that.
oh, the accessory menus. It does need like a sort of some sort or like a categories or something.
The accessory memory sorting is really bad. I'm not going to defend that at all. There are a lot of different ways they could have done it, and there's some ways that it's like salvageable with favorites and things like that, but it's not really salvageable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably like my only nitpick. I like that the fact that the gems, like if you are using a gem and you upgrade it, it's like that's just already on the characters.
Yeah.
Like you only have the one attack gem.
I love how the gem system has been simplified compared to like Xenoblade Chronicles 1, right?
Yeah,
like,
I did not like crafting gems in the previous two games.
Yeah, you only have to craft one gem. It can be equipped on everyone after you craft it. They automatically get upgraded because you always go to the best one because there's only one gem to equip. Like there's a lot of good things.
Auto equip always wants to give your character the HP gem, even though you only have it at level 1 because it's just not good. Thank you, auto equip. I needed that 200 HP. It'll come in handy.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned it before when we talked about the combat system. I think this game implemented positionals much better than the previous ones as well when it comes to cancelling and having fusion arts. I think it works quite much more nicely than the last game.
Having the like little arrow that tells you where you are is so nice.
Yeah, agreed. Especially because it can get kind of confusing with so many mobs and effects going off on screen.
Yeah, it gets very chaotic with 7 characters and then however many enemies there are.
Mm-hmm.
Xenoblade still sucks at multi-target actual combat though. That's a complaint I have, but that is what it is. The game systems aren't designed around it.
Yeah, I don't think I beat a single like trio of named mobs. I think I've never beaten a single one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I was like comically overleveled.
In Xenoblade 1, chain attacks actually went on to the next mob if I recall correctly, so it was actually kind of alright, but they never did in the following game, so they just... None of the classes have particularly good AoE, the tanks aren't particularly good at keeping AoE aggro, your chain attacks don't hit an AoE, the break combos do work in AoE in Ouroboros, but not really practicable or feasible.
You know what does do? AoE break smash combo? No,
yeah.
Played hard. I was like, these guys. Oh, right, because I have Noah, and he can just spam that when he gets there. Right, I got it.
Oh, yes, I see. Of course, obviously. Oh yeah. Is there anything else we want to talk about?
Did we cover the full list?
I think we're at the end. We are at the end of the list. God. We just have the everything else. I don't know. I
do summaries for how we feel about the game in general after it all.
Yeah, I'll start. I loved this game. Like this was 100+ hours, and I liked like probably like 99 of those hours.
Mhm.
There's like a few moments of frustration here and there, but that's like true with any game, you know? Like Trails in the Sky second chapter is one of my favorite games I've ever played, and I hated the first 10 hours of it.
You didn't like the sewer level?
Oh no, I'm just mad.
Oh no, that's because you messed it up with your stupid weapon thing. That was your own fault.
Yeah, I'm still mad about it. Anyway, I love this game. And any complaints, and again, I said this, way back, 4+ hours ago, my God. Any complaints I have about this game come fully from a place of love. Like, I enjoyed this game. I look forward to coming back to it when the DLC's dropping and, we get a new hero. I'm looking forward to doing post-game stuff. Hell, I might even do a new game plus. I don't know. But, it's good, man. Feels good. Play Xenoblade 3. Ronnie?
I would say this is solidly one of my favorite games. Just thematically, everything is very good for me. I put a lot of emphasis on what the story thing is. I love a lot of visual novels, and visual novels are not known for their gameplay. So the fact I love the story, I like the themes that they were doing, I love the characters. I love the side quests, but the vast majority of side quests, maybe there's one or two out there that just didn't have an emotional punch, but most of them had great stories that they were telling and things like that. There's definitely things that could have been improved, the ending wasn't really what I wanted from this game, but I'm still it was worth it in the end, I would say. I don't know how they're planning to take Xenoblade from here. This feels like a very very much the end to the trilogy. I don't think there's really a way to come back specifically to these worlds again. But I'm excited to see what the developer wants to do in the future. So
I think as far as that's concerned, they said in an interview somewhere that this is basically the end of Xenoblade as we know it, and this is the end of this there's not because there's not really an overarching story. There kind of is, but it's more themes and stuff. Yeah. And this is definitely the end of this thing. We're not going to see the Monado again.
Yeah. Not in a significant manner, yeah.
Yeah. RayRei.
Yeah, I think it's an absolutely wonderful game. It falls just short of me joining the top echelons of best JRPGs of all time. The story's wonderful, the characters are wonderful, the combat is wonderful. It's just got that one thing that every Xenoblade game seems to have, that one flaw that really hurts it. For the first two Xenoblades, it was largely that they took way too long to actually become enjoyable with the combat system. This one is simply level scaling or leveling down. It hurts the core gameplay enough that it just knocks it off the top shelf down to, rather than an S tier game, an A tier game.
All right. Yeah. This is somewhere on my top 10, I would argue. I know RayRei, I know that 7 of your top 10 are all Legend of Heroes games.
I'm still not sure that's entirely true.
That's not how it works.
I mean, can I take 5 Fire Emblems instead?
Sure, 5 Fire Emblems. I will play a Fire Emblem, and then I will also get to talk about it. I'd like to thank both of you for spending this ungodly long amount of time talking about a game that we all really loved.
Good luck editing. Thank you for having us, Meek.
No, thanks for having us on.
All right, well, and thank you. If you're watching this at home, why? Second off, thank you for doing so. I'm sorry. But I hope you all had a good time. And I hope you will join me on this next retrospective for whatever it is I'm doing next. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. See you next time.